Chapter 555. Although no one knew the cause of the terrifying battle in the godly Tiger Mountain Range, the entire extreme plain region, and even the people from the Divine Prefecture clearly sensed the huge explosion here. The power that turned everything within a radius of 10 billion miles into an abyss was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. No one knew whether such a terrifying battle was a good thing or a bad thing when the Taiyuan Grand Meeting was about to begin. People from both the human and demon clans were somewhat depressed, especially since no one knew who the main character of the terrifying battle was. There was once a God Emperor expert who flew down into the abyss. It took him a full 2 hours to reach the bottom of the abyss. There was a sea of dazzling red lava. That God Emperor had a foolish look on his face. This destructive attack went all the way to the bottom of the abyss. Some people thought of the ghost forest a few years ago. Back then, wasn't the Taiyuan territory also almost penetrated by a starlight beam? Could it be that this time it was related to that person? There are 3 different types of energy in the abyss. 2 of them contain the weak power of an eternal divine weapon. The last type of energy is very chaotic. It contains many different types of energy, but they all originate from the same aura. It's not a chaotic battle. An Emperor God expert gave this information. However, that Emperor God expert had never seen the divine body of a reception spirit before, so he didn't recognize whether this aura was his or not. This Emperor God expert didn't recognize it, but didn't mean that others couldn't. At least, when the energy beam pierced the sky, Empress Jean and the others had already recognized this energy. Almost subconsciously, they took out Yun Nuashing's soul jade slip. After seeing that it wasn't broken, they all heaved a sigh of relief. How did that little guy cause such a huge commotion when he went out? It seems to be the godly Tiger Mountain Villa. Now that there are so many people in the Taiyuan territory, I don't know if anyone will come to find him. Empress Jean and the others were faintly worried. With the terrifying power that erupted from Yun Nuashing, there would definitely be repercussions. She would definitely be in a coma for a long time. After discussing for a while, Empress Jean hurriedly left the small valley and rushed towards the godly Tiger Mountain Villa. The great elder has gone personally. It's fine. Jean Wang patted the beautiful woman's shoulder and comforted her. Hearing this, the beautiful woman rolled her eyes at him and nodded. She once again focused her attention on the black cauldron. Just as the Golden Queen and the others were worried about, the incident at the godly Tiger Villa had attracted many experts from all over the world. Most of these people were here to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. Even the local residents of the godly Tiger Villa noticed that there were many outsiders in the city. Roar! I will not yield. He would not yield. I'll kill you. He was also one of the 4 divine beasts. Yet he was helping the human race and acting as their accomplice. You bastard! I'll eat you. At this time, in an inconspicuous courtyard in the divine Tiger Villa, a huge array covered the entire courtyard. No one could see the situation inside. The sun hung high in the sky, but moonlight shone down in the spacious courtyard, making the place appear very cool. Pillars of moonlight descended from the sky, but before the moonlight could land on the ground, sparks bloomed in the void, burning the moonlight. In the pavilion, a charming young lady in a red dress waved her hand expressionlessly, causing wisps of crimson pink flames to bloom and extinguish in the sky. In the open space below, there was a young man in a snow-white robe. He looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. His fluffy white hair was very messy, and his delicate and young face was full of arrogance and unruliness. His silver blue eyes looked as if they were about to burn. This young man was in a very sorry state. Many parts of his body were black, and there were obvious burns. His robe was burned with holes, and faint crimson pink flames lingered around his body. The scorching temperature caused cracks to appear in the space. The young man roared. His 2 sharp canine teeth were very eye-catching. He stomped his feet on the ground and pounced toward the pavilion. He was so fast that only a white light could be seen flashing past. However, Before he could reach the pavilion, a flame, shockwave, sent him flying. He fell heavily on the ground, and his robe became even more tattered. The Phoenix King is beating up the Tiger King every day. It's been 10 days and the Tiger King still refuses to submit. After all, the white tiger is one of the 4 mythical beasts. Although the Phoenix King is also one of the 4 mythical beasts, both of them have their own pride. The Phoenix King has a soul contract with the little brother, so he can easily suppress the Tiger King. 2 of the 4 mythical beasts are in front of us. Where did the other 2 go? I don't know. If the people of the demon realm knew about this, they would probably send people to invite the Phoenix King and the Tiger King back. Outside the courtyard, the 6 of them carefully poked their heads into the courtyard. They watched as the white light was flipped over by the crimson, pink flame shockwaves. They couldn't help but want to go up and help. However, both of them were mythical beasts. It wouldn't be good for them to offend either of them. Therefore, the 6 of them calmly chose to watch, looking at how much the little brother dotes on the Phoenix King. If the experts of the demon realm came, I'm afraid the next sword would slash at the demon realm. The 6 of them shuddered when they recalled the horror of the sword that day in Yun Nuashing. Foxen, do you have any young beauties in your clan? Why don't you send a few over to the little brother? The Thunder Wolf Beast Monarch looked at the charming woman with a sinister smile. The Fairy Fox rolled her eyes and whispered, "Don't you see how beautiful the beauties around the little brother are? Just the looks of the little Xian alone is enough to sweep away all the women in the realm of the gods. Also, I heard from Yuan Shi that the little brother is also hard to move. Do you think the little girls in my clan are prettier than the little Xian?" "That's true." The 5 of them nodded silently. "What are you all whispering about?" A pleasant voice came from behind them, causing the 6 of them to shudder. They quickly turned around and saw the Golden Princess standing behind them silently. Her Mei Mao stared at the situation in the courtyard with a faint smile on her face. She couldn't help but shake her head. These 2 were still so troublesome. On the night when they stopped to rest, the Golden Princess followed the weak guidance of her soul to find Yun Nuashing. When she saw his sleeping and weak appearance, she thought it was the 6 beast monarchs who did it. In a fit of anger, she directly taught them a lesson. Moreover, it was 1 against 6. After beating them up, she even said that she wasn't satisfied. The 6 beast monarchs didn't have any temper left. They almost knelt down and cried while singing "Conquered." If it wasn't for the fact that Xian quickly came out to explain and stopped the Golden Princess, the 6 of them might have been lying on the bed. After that night, they deeply understood that they couldn't afford to offend anyone from the 9 deities' temple. It was laughable that they wanted to attack the Taiyuan region in the beginning, but in the end they were dealt with by 1 person. "No, nothing. I was just watching the Phoenix King fight." Lei Lang smiled shakily. He finally had a taste of the power of this beautiful human girl. "How long until the little brother wakes up?" The Fairy Fox asked softly. "He should wake up today. Even if he doesn't wake up in a few days, we'll have to carry him back. As for this white tiger, it's better to let Little Star deal with it himself. If he can take it, it'll be a good thing. If he can't..." As the Golden Princess spoke, her beautiful face darkened. She cracked her knuckles loudly, causing the beast monarchs to shiver violently. They silently mourned for the Tiger King for a few seconds. "Big Sister Jean," just as the demon emperors were sighing, a weak voice came from behind them, causing them to turn their heads. They saw Yun Nuashing swaying a little and walking out with difficulty with both hands on the wall. They could not help but be startled. "Hey, don't walk out when you haven't fully recovered." Seeing Yun Nuashing's handsome face turn slightly pale, the Golden Princess was a little distressed. She quickly walked over and supported him with her jade-like hands. She glanced at the room and frowned slightly. "Did you make that girl Xian faint?" That girl hasn't rested for 10 days. I can't let her not rest forever. So I let her sleep for a while." Yun Nuashing grinned. Then he frowned, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Nonsense. You haven't fully recovered yet. How can you walk around? The Golden Princess frowned. She carried him horizontally and was about to send him back to his room. Big Sister Jean, it's okay. I'm just being supported by too much energy. I'll be fine in a few days. But there are some things that I can't rest in peace if I don't deal with them now. Yun Nuashing shook his head gently. He supported the Golden Princess and jumped down from her arms. Then he smiled and said, Big Sister, don't you believe me? I'd be a ghost if I believed you. The Golden Princess was so angry that her delicate body couldn't stop trembling. However, she knew that she couldn't persuade him. She shook her head helplessly and supported him with her jade-like hands. She sighed and said, If you have something to do, then hurry up and do it. Once you're done, hurry up and rest. Yun Nuashing nodded and walked into the courtyard with small steps. The immortal fox and the others saw him walking into the courtyard and hurriedly followed him. The immortal fox even used a slender tail to wrap around his waist, afraid that this young master would fall. Xing Xing. In the courtyard, Feng Er, who was still training the white tiger, saw Yun Nuashing walk in. Seeing his handsome face pale, her pretty face changed slightly. Just as she stood up and was about to walk towards him, a white light flashed in front of her eyes. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. With a shout, a terrifying flame shockwave suddenly rushed out. The white light was affected by the flame shockwave and stopped in the air. Then it couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This time, Feng Er didn't show any mercy. This attack was enough to seriously injure the white tiger. Xing Xing, you haven't recovered yet. Her delicate body flashed to Yun Nuashing's side, and her jade-like hands supported him. Feng Er and Mei Mel looked at him with a pained expression. It's no big deal. Yun Nuashing smiled indifferently and rubbed her head. Then he walked towards the white-clothed youth, who was lying on the ground and covered in blood. Roar! The youth was lying on the ground motionlessly. Sensing Yun Nuashing's approaching footsteps, he raised his head. A pair of silver-blue eyes flashed with a fierce look. The low roar seemed to be warning Yun Nuashing. Get lost. I don't want to see your face. Get lost. Get lost. The youth roared miserably. A murderous look appeared on his ferocious face. He supported himself on the ground with both hands and stood up shakily. His body kept swaying and he couldn't even stand straight. But I want to see you, Xiao Bai. Yun Nuashing sighed softly. That's not a name you can call. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. The youth's face was distorted as he roared at the top of his voice. Hearing his hoarse voice, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing took out the pendant from his chest. The purple-red crystal pendant looked very demonic under the moonlight in this area. It flickered and pulsed like a heartbeat. Ah! Seeing Yun Nuashing take out the pendant, the youth seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. With a loud roar, he charged towards Yun Nuashing like a white arrow. The terrifying sonic boom caused the air to become turbulent. Yun Nuashing sighed. With a stomp of his foot, the suppressive array flashed out again, causing the swift white light to freeze in front of him. The youth's long fingernails were only a few inches away from his throat. That speed made the Golden Empress feel a chill run down her spine. Taking the pendant off his neck with both hands, Yun Nuashing looked at the struggling youth and gently placed the pendant on his forehead. Buzz! As soon as the purplish-red pendant touched the young man's forehead, it lit up with a bright light. It was so bright that everyone closed their eyes out of habit. Then they heard a dull thud, as if something had fallen to the ground. After a while, the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes. When they opened their eyes, the array in front of them had already dissipated. As for the youth, he had fallen to the ground and had fallen into a deep sleep. Yun Nuashing stuffed a pill into his mouth, then hung the pendant around his neck and said, "It's done." "It's done?" The Golden Queen and the others were stunned. It was done just by placing the pendant on his forehead? Yes, when he wakes up, he shouldn't resist anymore. At least, he won't have any killing intent towards us. Yun Nuashing smiled. Feng Er frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she seemed to have understood something. "Feng, Yuang's memories are in there? I don't know if it's his. I saw some strange memories in my dream. Those memories didn't awaken in my mind, but in the pendant. I was also told by the person in my dream that if I see Little White and the other divine beasts, I should tell them about these things. It can erase the resentment in their hearts." Yun Nuashing smiled. "Xingxing, then what about me?" Feng Er blinked at Mei Mao, causing him to laugh and rub her head. "My family's Feng, or was raised with my life. Is there a need to erase any resentment?" Yin Nuashing lovingly scratched her nose and smiled. When Feng Er heard this, she also smiled faintly. Her smile was extremely charming, causing Yin Nuashing to take a few more glances at her. This girl wasn't like Xian. It was rare to see her smile. Seeing him staring at her face with interest, Feng Er couldn't help but lower her head and mumble something. The others couldn't help but laugh. As they laughed, Yun Nuashing's vision suddenly blurred. Then his vision turned dark. His eyelids closed and his body fell weakly. If Feng Er and the Golden Queen hadn't supported him, he would have fallen again. "Xingxing! Xingxing!" Seeing that Yun Nuashing suddenly fainted, Feng Er anxiously carried him up. Her clear voice was a little frightened. The Golden Queen also hurriedly pressed his pulse. After taking a look, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "His body hasn't recovered yet, and he's already walking around. He even used the array. He's a little mentally and physically exhausted. He still needs to rest for a long time. Feng Er, quickly take him to rest. When he's recovered to a certain extent, then take him back to heal. The energy in his body is very chaotic. It's not good for him to be tormented by the power of space. It's not good for him to travel," the Golden Queen hurriedly said. Feng Er nodded and gently flew into the room with Yin Nuashing in her arms. When the immortal fox saw this scene, Mei Mao flashed slightly and quickly followed. She said softly, "King, I know medicine." "Okay, come and help." Feng Er didn't even turn her head. She just nodded. The anxiety on her pretty face was completely visible. She didn't even bother to think if the immortal fox had any ulterior motives. Seeing that Feng Er trusted him so much, the immortal fox was also slightly happy. He quickly nodded and followed her into the room. Seeing that Xian was lying on the bed and sleeping peacefully with a tired and worried expression on his pretty face, Feng Er couldn't help but sigh. Xian is also an idiot. He's an idiot just like Xingxing. After saying this, Feng Er gently placed Yun Nuashing beside Xian. Then, she looked at the immortal fox and nodded. The latter also understood. She walked lightly and sat on the edge of the bed. She stretched out her slender hand and gently touched Yun Nuashing's pulse. A gentle force surged into his body. After a long time, the immortal fox opened Mei Mao's eyes and called out to the immortal crane and the others. The 5 of them quickly went to the city to buy herbs. Even the Golden Empress went out personally. The speed at which the golden light flashed was not any slower than the light element. The immortal fox turned around and saw that Feng Er was sitting on the other bed. Her pretty face was slightly anxious. He couldn't help but comfort her. "Wang, little brother will recover soon. Don't worry." Feng Er nodded. Then she rolled her eyes and said softly, "Just call me Feng Er. I don't need to have any other identity in front of Xingxing. I just need to remember that I'm his Feng Er. Understand?" "Understood, Wang." "Feng." The immortal fox nodded and said respectfully, "Feng, my name is Lixin. If you don't mind, just call me Xian. Are you good at music? Xingxing has zither, pipa, harps and sheng. Why don't you play a few songs when you have time?" Mei Mao's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but ask, "Feng, if you don't mind." And Lachine nodded. Feng shrugged her shoulders cutely. Just as she was about to rest for a while, she jumped up and carried the sleeping white tiger into another room. At this time, Fenger thought of something. She looked at the immortal fox and said, "At the beginning, when you sealed off the godly Tiger Mountain range, what was your position at that time?" And Lachine was slightly stunned. She looked at the young man sleeping on the bed and said softly, "At that time we only knew that the Tiger King had woken up from his deep sleep. A king of the demon realm appeared. Millions of demon beasts went to protect him. Then we met Feng Er and you." Feng Er nodded and didn't ask anything. She walked towards the room where Yin Nuoxing was. When she pushed the door open, she saw that Yi Shi had already returned. Her small hand was holding a magic array. She put it on his body, and a little bit of gentle power entered his body. This was the first time they saw that magic arrays could heal injuries. They didn't disturb Yi Shi and sat quietly at the side, waiting for Yun Nuoxing to wake up. Chapter 556. After half a day, Princess Jean Lei Lang and the others placed the storage rings on the table. Almost half of the divine Tiger Villa's medicinal herbs were stored here. When Lachine picked it up with her slender fingers, she couldn't help but frown. Mei Mao looked at the group of people strangely. Were they robbing the medicine shop? However, she didn't say anything. After getting the medicinal herbs, she got busy. It was different from ordinary alchemy. Among the Goblin clan, alchemists were almost extinct. They weren't like the human clan who were blessed with natural talent. Almost everyone could make pills. After Lachine got busy, she called Yuan Shi and Qin Yan to help. Feng Yueying? While the three of them were busy, Feng also told the Golden Queen about this name and some things. Yun Nuoxing's background was a mystery that made everyone confused. Not only himself, but even his friends were very curious about who he was and what his identity was. That's what White Tiger said. Princess Jean looked at the wall of the room. Next door was where White Tiger was sleeping. Yes, he said that Xing Xing should be his son. Feng Er nodded, then said, "Sister Jean, have you not heard of this name?" "I have heard of it." Princess Jean shook her head. She waved her hand and took out a jade slip. Then her soul power gushed out and went into the jade slip, sketching out images. It was Jin Jinwang and the others, as well as the Fire God Shrine's Great Elder and the others. "Do you remember the name Feng Yueying?" Princess Jean asked. Jin Jinwang and the others who were still refining the colored glaze divine crystal suddenly received the image. They looked at each other. Jin Jinwang nodded and said, "Someone from 3 eras, but I don't know anything else. 3 epochs ago, a supreme genius who ascended to godhood in the middle of the 136th epoch. He's the antithesis of a general builds his success on the bones of 10,000. He's made countless friends throughout his life, but he's never had any enemies, nor does he like to incur the wrath of others. He roams the entire god realm, and might have left his footprints in some places. However, 3 epochs is such a long time that they might have been erased by the passage of time. However, after reaching the later god level, Feng Yueying disappeared. She completely disappeared. The great elder of the fire god shrine sighed softly. There was some regret in his voice as he couldn't help but shake his head. "I remember everything so clearly. Why didn't you bring him into the 9 deities' palace back then?" The Golden Crown Princess was a little dumbfounded. "What is it?" The great elder of the fire god shrine frowned slightly. Feng Yueying was a godly figure of that era. Although the 9 deities' shrine was aloof, they might not have taken a liking to her. Furthermore, based on the character of that person in the records, he had made friends all his life but never joined any forces. He probably wouldn't have made an exception for the 9 deities' shrine. That person, that Feng Yueying, might be Little Star's grandfather or great-grandfather. the Golden Crown Princess said helplessly. After saying that, everyone saw the flames suddenly erupt. Everyone looked at the scene as if they had seen a ghost. They said in unison, "What the hell?" The Golden Crown Princess sighed helplessly and explained the situation here. After Jin Jinwang and the rest heard it, they were also dead silent. They didn't say a single word. If it's true, I think I should know who Little Star's grandmother or great-grandmother is. The great elder of the Thunder God Shrine said solemnly. Damn, Old Thunder spoke. The great elder of the Fire God Shrine jumped up in fright. This 10,000-year-old iron block could actually speak. The great elder of the Thunder God Shrine looked at him silently. A trace of reminiscence flashed past his eyes that were filled with lightning. Then he said a name. Ning Qianxue. Furthermore, she might still be alive. As for whether she took that step like Feng Yuing, I'm not sure. After the great elder of the Thunder God Shrine said stiffly, he closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. It's her. The #1 beauty of the divine prefecture 3 eras ago. The founder of the Snow Immortal Sect. Is she still alive? The Golden Crown Princess muttered. After saying that, her eyebrows knitted slightly. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing, as if she was thinking about something. The Snow Immortal Sect is in the Source Peak region. It's not far from the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa. They are both in the north of the Source Peak region, close to the North Ice Realm. They might even participate in the Source Peak gathering this time. Jin Jinwang reminded. I know. The Golden Crown Princess rolled her eyes. Feng Er blinked at Mei Mao. Seeing that she was deep in thought, she couldn't help but ask, Sister Jean wants to bring Little Star to meet his relatives. I have this thought. The Golden Crown Princess nodded, then sighed. Her jade-like hands gently caressed Yun Nuoxing's forehead, and she said softly, I don't know how this child has lived to this age. He doesn't have any relatives. I think he who is looking for a home also wants a real safe haven. The 9 Deities Palace might be able to become his spiritual support, but without his relatives in it, it would be lacking. Furthermore, how long has it been since he entered the 9 Deities Palace? It's only been a few years. How can he accept this so easily? When Enlishing and the others heard this, their eyes flickered slightly. They looked at Yun Nuoxing with slight sympathy. How did this fellow grow to this age? He had no memories and no relatives, but it's still better to be careful. Not to mention whether Ning Qianxue is really alive or dead. Little Star's identity is not clear at all. Other than looking very much like his father, there are no other specific characteristics. If we show him to her rashly, I'm afraid she won't recognize him. The Golden Crown Princess sighed. That's true. Let's take a look first. I'll send someone to investigate the Snow Goddess sect. The palace master might know about this. Those old guys have lived for 2 eras. Jin Jinwang nodded. Okay. The Golden Crown Princess nodded. With a wave of her hand, the projections disappeared, leaving the room full of people a little melancholy. She's eyes flickered slightly. Her small hand pressed on Yun Nuoxing's chest. She tilted her head and saw that the Golden Crown Princess was a little silent. She thought for a while and said, Who is the father of Brother Nuo, the person from the last era? The jade-like hand that was gently stroking Yun Nuoxing's forehead paused. The Golden Crown Princess sighed and said softly, Ling Yuchen, a person who is invincible in the world. It was said that his talent was not very good and he did not have any special physique. When he was born, his body was very weak. In the end, he stepped on everyone's body and reached the post-god level. Then there's no more. When the 9 Divine Temple found him, he had already been destroyed by his enemies. When the 9 Divine Temple found him, he also destroyed those enemies who participated in the encirclement. This was a very big event at that time. Ling Yuchen's body was not even left behind. The palace master and the others were so furious that they almost turned the world of the gods upside down. The Golden Crown Princess sighed. So the people from the Nine Divine Temple were a bunch of lunatics, and Yueshin and the others could not help but think to themselves. So, the Golden Crown Princess took a deep breath. Everyone suddenly felt that her expression had changed. Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly. Since we found Little Star early in this life, no matter what price we have to pay, we have to protect him. As for the Qi family and the 12-star palaces, I will King tear them apart sooner or later. Her jade-like hand slammed on the table. The table was directly shaken to the point that not even a speck of dust was left. Seeing that the aura on her body was showing signs of turning black, everyone hurriedly retreated. We will protect Xingxing well. Feng Er held Yun Nuoxing's hand tightly and said in an unquestionable tone, "Little girl, I should be the one saying this." Just as Feng Er finished speaking, another voice faintly rang out, causing everyone to quickly turn their gazes. Seeing Yun Nuoxing looking at them with confused eyes, they couldn't help but be stunned, and then they all laughed dryly. "Xingxing, did I disturb your rest? We will go out now." Feng Er bent down. Mei Mao stared at him and said apologetically. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing shook his head and sighed deeply. "I had a very long dream. I don't want to sleep anymore. Dream?" Seeing that Yun Nuoxing struggled to sit up, several hands hurriedly supported him. Some took pillows, some rolled up the blankets, and some rolled up the blankets. He was speechless. "It feels like I am an emperor. So many people are waiting on me," Yun Nuoxing teased, causing the faces of the women to turn slightly red. Yun Nuoxing took a sip of the medicinal tea that Feng Er handed to him. It was so bitter that his handsome face wrinkled. That sourness, he looked down at Xian, who was still unconscious beside him, and could not help but be a little dazed. Could it be that he had used too much power in the formation? Why was he still not awake? A dream, a great battle, an eternal battle that destroyed the heavens and earth, tore apart the stars, and collapsed the galaxy. Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply. He was so deep in the dream that he almost could not wake up. He thought that since he had cultivated the Thousand Dreams Sutra, such a thing should not have happened, seeing that he did not seem to be in good spirits. The Golden Princess gently stroked his head. She wanted to tell him everything that had happened just now, but she could only suppress it for now. Anyway, there was still time. It would not be too late to tell him after he had rested. Feng Er was stunned for a moment when she took the pill that Yun Nuoxing made. Seeing that the brown pill was as big as 3 longans, Mei Mao also looked at him strangely. Was he trying to choke Yun Nuoxing to death? Yun Nuoxing took it without hesitation. He gulped down a mouthful of water and swallowed it forcefully. Then he said that it was so bitter. His head tilted, and he leaned against Feng Er's soft and gentle body. His eyes slowly closed again, seeing the strange looks that everyone was looking at her. Feng Er's calm face also flushed red. In that instant, even Qin Yan felt a rush of excitement when she saw her elegant demeanor. "You can't even sleep well." The Golden Princess smiled and patted Yun Nuoxing's head. She turned her head and said, "Let him rest well. Let's not disturb him." Everyone nodded, stood up gently, and walked softly to the door. Before everyone reached the door, Yun Nuoxing's muffled scream suddenly came from behind. The Golden Princess and the others were shocked and quickly turned around. They saw Yun Nuoxing sitting up on the bed, panting like a cow. Drops of cold sweat were dripping down his face. "What's wrong?" The Golden Princess ran back to his side. She looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was still in shock, and then looked at Feng Er. Feng Er was also at a loss. She shook her head. Yun Nuoxing was sleeping on her soft chest just now. Suddenly he jumped up. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. "Little Star!" The Golden Princess grabbed Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. The Golden Mei Mao stared straight at his flustered, purple-red eyes and said, "Calm down. Did you have a nightmare? Yun Nuashing was a little dazed. He looked around in a daze. Then he looked at his left hand and covered his face. He looked haggard. I'm fine, probably. Yun Nuashing shook his head and forced a smile. Then he lay down again. Feng Air covered him with a blanket. Mei Mao's confusion slowly disappeared. The Golden Princess and the others stood for a while. After seeing that nothing was wrong, they heaved a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and walked out of the room, closing the door. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the room. Then, everyone saw a beam of light break through the roof and shoot toward the ceiling. It hit the array directly and created a ripple. The beam of light did not break through the array. It only caused waves of ripples before disappearing. However, the Golden Queen and the others were not calm. They hurriedly rushed into the door and took a closer look. They saw that Yun Nuashing had even exploded into his peak state. They were even more shocked. What was going on? Why couldn't he sleep peacefully? Feng Er's arms seemed to have infinite power, and she directly suppressed the rioting Yun Nuashing. The latter closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, and a terrible power burst out from his body. She quickly waved her small hand and moved Zi Yan away. Her eyes were full of surprise and doubt. Xing, wake up! Feng Er cried out as a gush of mental energy abruptly burst out from between her eyebrows and crashed into Yun Nuashing's mind, causing his body to violently tremble. His tightly shut eyes also abruptly opened, and what he saw was Feng Er's anxious face. There was no terrifying scene at all. Phew! After opening his eyes, Yun Nuashing seemed to be exhausted. He sat back on the bed. All the heavenly weapons in the room fell to the ground. The destructive energy that filled the room also dissipated quietly. However, Feng Er was still holding his hands tightly. Mei Mao looked at him nervously. Little star? At this moment, Zi Yan finally woke up. A confused look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She had been aware of what had just happened. It was just that she couldn't wake up. Only now did she wake up. She hurriedly ran to Yun Nuashing's side. Seeing his pale, handsome face, her beautiful eyes slightly shrank. What happened? Princess Jean couldn't stay calm anymore. She could say that she had a nightmare when she woke up, but twice. It couldn't be the same nightmare, right? War. A war that will tear the world apart. A war that will destroy heaven and earth. The 9 heavens and the Milky Way will collapse. The sad song of doomsday will resound throughout the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing gasped for breath. He felt numb all over and dizzy. Slap. Feeling that he was about to fall asleep due to exhaustion, Yun Nuashing turned pale with fright. He quickly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. He used so much strength that a trace of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Even Feng Er, who was holding his hands, didn't have time to react. Everyone was shocked. Seeing Yun Nuashing trying his best to wake himself up, they were all at a loss. Nightmare, an eternal nightmare, a war that will tear the world apart. A clear voice came from the door. Everyone's expression froze. Yun Nuashing also raised his head and looked at the door. There, a 13 or 14-year-old boy was leaning against the door with his arms crossed. His silver blue eyes were quietly looking at him. Little White. Chapter 5:57. The young man in white leaned against the door, his silver blue eyes quietly staring at Yun Nuashing. There was actually a trace of sadness in his eyes, but compared to the murderous look he had when they first met, it was already many times better. It seemed that the memory Yun Nuashing showed him made him understand something, or perhaps he knew something, which made him calm down and no longer hate her. Nightmare. The Golden Queen frowned slightly and looked at Yun Nuashing. Seeing him still in shock, Mei Mao felt a trace of heartache. Then she looked at the young man in white and said, "Do you know something?" "I know, of course I know. Because Yu Ying is the same. He is troubled by the eternal nightmare." The eternal war in his dream that tore apart the heavens and destroyed the world will always bother him. The young man in white snorted and walked into the room, walking towards Yun Nuashing. Seeing him walk over, Mei Mao and Feng Er became vigilant. However, when he walked in front of them and still did not find anything wrong or hostile, they relaxed a little. However, Mei Mao still stared at him closely, the power in her body quietly circulating. What's there to be vigilant about? If I killed him, I would be committing suicide. Am I tired of living? The young man in white stared at Feng Er in annoyance, then said, I saw those memories. It can be considered that I have forgiven Yuing. Just barely. Humph. After saying that, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows. A mysterious and cool energy flowed from that slender finger into Yun Nuashing's eyebrows, then spread throughout his body, causing the rampaging energy and mental energy in his body to calm down. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and tiredly rubbed between his eyebrows. Yu Ying is the same as Yuing. Yu Ying is the same as you, plagued by nightmares. However, when he was plagued by nightmares, he wasn't as young as you are. At that time, he had already lived for tens of millions of years. I have also followed him for tens of millions of years. That night, it was also very sudden. Yu Ying was trapped in a dream, and every time he fell asleep, he would have the same dream over and over again. An eternal, terrifying, and destructive war. Often, he would not be able to break free and would riot, destroying everything around him. Sometimes he would even hurt himself, the young man said softly. It was also from that time onwards that Yu Ying did not sleep again, not again, until the day he reached the back god level. Only then did the dream disappear. You want to ask me why? How would I know? The only connection between the two of you might be that pendant. It might also be your bloodline. I don't know either. The white-clothed young man spread out his hands. His voice, however, caused everyone in the room to turn silent. That's right, that's right. Let me warn you. You'd better not try to sleep. At the start, the nightmare will continue to bother you. Perhaps you might be able to break free with your powerful mental energy. However, you were unable to break free just now, right? What will happen if you continue to madly struggle? You are carrying so many dangerous items. I don't think I need to say it more clearly, the white-clothed young man said softly. Yun Nuashing was silent. If he struggled to the end in the dream, the worst possibility would be known without thinking too much about it. Is there no way? A way to get rid of the nightmare? Yun Nuashing asked weakly. Although his voice was calm, it caused people to worry that he would collapse in the next second, never to get up again. There are 3 ways. The white-clothed young man raised his right hand and held up 3 fingers. Everyone was stunned. They asked in unison, what way? The first way is very simple. Don't sleep forever. The white-clothed young man rolled his eyes. Although it sounded very painful, Yun Nuashing's expression also turned sluggish. He would never be able to sleep. Even if he was a devil grade expert, he could use cultivation to pass the time. Moreover, using cultivation to pass the time might be more energizing than simply sleeping. However, even a cultivator needed to rest, especially someone like him who simulated the life of an ordinary person. If he never slept, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he couldn't cultivate right now. Everyone found it hard to accept. Even if Empress Jean and the others were emperor gods and could go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years, they still had to occasionally live the life of an ordinary person. Sleep could be said to be essential for all living things. What about the second way? Xian hurriedly asked. The situation that will cause the nightmare is nothing more than darkness in one's heart. But you don't even have your memories. How can there be darkness in your heart? All right. The darkness lurking in one's memory is also considered, or it can be caused by spiritual energy. If it's the former, then it's a little troublesome. However, if it's the latter, you just need to seal your spiritual energy. This is the second way. What about the third way? Everyone hurriedly asked. The third way is the former situation. You need to use holy energy to protect him. Although it can't completely get rid of the nightmare, it can at least let him sleep peacefully every night. Or let a demon absorb the darkness in his heart. As for the holy energy, it's holy and clean. Phoenix, if you were in your complete form, you could directly purify the nightmare. However, the current you, although the power of the 4 mythical beasts is more or less holy energy, it's not enough. Right now, we don't have the power to isolate the nightmare's darkness. Back then, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and I couldn't isolate it together. The white-robed youth spread his hands and sighed. Then I don't have a choice. My spiritual energy can't even be sealed by myself, let alone be sealed by others. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and couldn't help but shake her head. Why? Everyone looked at her in confusion. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and took a few deep breaths. She gritted her teeth and struggled to circulate her spiritual energy and spiritual energy. The space between her eyebrows gradually became transparent. Everyone could see a roulette slowly rotating inside. When they saw this roulette, Ziyin and Yuan, she didn't have much of a reaction. They all knew that Yun Nuashing had this thing between her eyebrows. However, when the white-robed youth saw it, he spat out a mouthful of tea and almost dropped the cup in his hand. You're a lunatic. You're only learning this lunatic's tricks. Who would be like you, who would learn such a suicidal heart sutra? I thought Yuing was already crazy enough. I didn't expect to see a complete lunatic today. Lunatic? The white-robed youth scolded. Yun Nuashing shrugged, seeing the golden princess and the others' confused and worried gazes. She could only tell them about the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. You child. When the golden princess heard this, she was speechless. She raised her hand a few times, wanting to say something. In the end, she only patted his head with her hand and didn't say anything. The youth covered his face speechlessly. After a long while, he raised his head and his gaze fell on Ziyin. He suddenly paused, then widened his eyes and said, "You have the 5 elements body?" At the mention of these words, Ziyin habitually turned around and saw that he was looking at her with a burning gaze. Mei Mao was a little confused, but still nodded. I didn't expect that I would be able to see another person with that kind of physique in my lifetime. The youth widened his eyes, then lowered his head and sighed. He muttered to himself, causing everyone to be at a loss. He rolled his eyes and glanced at the people in the room. Suddenly he smiled evilly and said, "I have a bold idea. Troublesome, put away your bold idea." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. "You half-dead, wounded man. Just shut up." White Tiger rolled his eyes. Yun Nuashing was choked by his words, and his handsome face turned red. You come over and have a try." The youth stretched out his small hand and pointed at Ziyin, Feng, and Lachine and the red-crowned crane girl. Then he pointed at Yun Nuashing and said, "You guys stay close to him, and then you can go to sleep." They looked at each other, and Lachine and the red-crowned crane both turned their eyes to Feng. After seeing her nod, they walked over and stretched out their jade-like hands to hold Yun Nuashing's wrist. Ziyin and Feng also pressed their hands on his chest and forehead. That's it. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. He looked at the youth with disbelief. "How would I know? I'm just trying." The youth in white rolled his eyes and said, "The power of creation of the 5 elements body is also the source of divine power. The divine power of purification of the phoenix and the fairy aura of the fairy fox and the red-crowned crane may work. Let me tell you, I have a great demon in my body." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Okay, you can sleep peacefully. Come. Everyone get ready for battle. If he struggles, we'll beat him up." White Tiger waved his fist and rubbed his palms in excitement. His 2 canine teeth were exposed, and he looked inexplicably evil Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. He lay down doubtfully and took a deep breath. Then he slowly closed his eyes. When the Golden Princess and the others saw that he closed his eyes, they also got ready. The energy in their bodies began to circulate. She also held an ink-black array in her hand, and a terrifying suppressive force spread out. They waited like this for 5 minutes. Xian tried to poke Yun Nuashing's handsome face. When they saw that his breathing was even and he was as quiet as a work of art, and there were no signs of him waking up, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This little guy is really troublesome. The Golden Princess wiped the sweat from her nervousness and let out a long sigh. He actually succeeded? White Tiger looked at Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping quietly in shock. Its eyes were wide open, and its face was filled with disbelief. You don't even know it yourself. Everyone roared. Aya, it's fine as long as he succeeded, it's fine. Don't be so calculative. Sigh, poor Yuin, he hasn't slept for hundreds of billions of years. White Tiger hurriedly waved his hand. Then he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He looked up and walked towards Yun Nuashing. He pressed his little hand between his eyebrows. An illusory shadow appeared behind him, and where his little hand pressed, a pattern that looked like the moon slowly appeared. You are sure? When Feng saw this, she knew very well what he was doing. She lifted Mei Mao and looked at his calm little face. Then she said, You were so resistant at the start, as if you had an irreconcilable hatred. Why? Aya, I've received that memory. I also know what Ewing is doing, so I've forgiven him. Furthermore, it was only today that he was haunted by the incubus, right? The White Tiger grinned. Everyone was puzzled, but they still nodded. There weren't any problems when they took care of him for the past few days. It was only today that something happened. Then I understand. That pendant awakened a part of you, Yin's memory. After he passed it to me, through that memory, that eternal nightmare also came along with the memory. Sigh. Just take it that I owe him a favor. Also, in Yu Yin's memory, who's this? Little Star, right? His existence is indispensable. I'll just take it that I'm helping Yuin. White Tiger smiled indifferently. You're quite open-minded. Once a soul contract is formed, it can't be violated for the rest of your life. This means that you have to travel with us. Feng sighed softly. What about you? Didn't you also firmly form a soul contract with him when you knew about this situation? White Tiger's tiger eyes turned and looked at Feng, with a faint smile. I'm unable to repay the kindness of raising me. Feng stared blankly at Yun Nuashing, who was in a deep sleep. Mei Mao felt a tinge of heartache in her heart and nodded. Huffed. Bullsh * T about the kindness of raising you. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Look at your expression and appearance. Phoenix, do you know that you're in love? The White Tiger suddenly laughed out loud and even patted his knee. That laughter caused the expressions of everyone in the room to change slightly. Xian and Mei Mao's eyes sparkled as they looked up at Feng. When the latter saw her sparkling eyes, she lowered her head guiltily for some reason. Her gaze was somewhat evasive, and there was a hint of confusion on her pretty face. Buzz, White Tiger's palm left Yun Nuashing's forehead. There, a mark that looked like a lunar eclipse appeared around the black star bead. Then it gradually disappeared. Do you think that you're simply attached to him? It's true that Yun Nuashing used his soul bloodline to hatch you, but there's also the power of his heart that was sealed in it. You've accepted all of that, fool. You've loved him deeply since you were born. Chapter 558. The white-clothed youth's words were like a deep water bomb, exploding everyone's heads until they were dizzy. The room also suddenly became silent, with only a dozen or so sounds of beating heartbeats and breathing, and one breathing that was slightly hurried. What nonsense are you talking about? Finally, after a long silence, Feng's nervous and hurried voice rang out, breaking the completely frozen atmosphere in the room. making everyone heave a sigh of relief. Let's all go out first. We will take care of Xingxing. Before anyone could speak, Feng turned her face and said quietly. Knowing that she was uneasy after hearing the news, Empress Ji nodded, gave Lei Lang and Yuan Shi a look, and slowly walked out. Yishi opened her eyes wide and looked at the sleeping Yin Nuoxing, then looked at Ziyin and Feng. Suddenly, she grinned, swinging her wide sleeves, and trotted outside. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know best. Let's not talk about it anymore. I will go and contact Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise. They should still be alive. The young man in white spread out his hands, held the back of his head with both hands, and walked out casually. When Yishi closed the door, she saw Feng, looking over. She raised her eyebrows, threw her an encouraging look, and then closed the door. As the door closed, only Ziyin and the other 3 people, as well as the sleeping Yin Nuoxing, were left in the room. And Lexin and the red-crowned crane looked at each other and chose to shut up and lower their heads at the same time. Although they were emperor gods, Feng was one of the 4 mythological beasts, and her status was countless times higher than theirs. When it was time to shut up, they still knew to shut up. Ziyin, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't. That. Feng! Eyelids drooped slightly and her head was lowered. She didn't know what to say. Ziyin bent down and gently stroked Yun Nuoxing's long hair from his forehead to his eyes, his nose, and his lips. She raised her head, looked at Feng, who had an unnatural expression, and said with a smile, "Why do you have to explain to me?" "At most, I am Little Star's close friend. He hasn't accepted me yet. He is forcing himself to change, but it will take a long time." Ziyin smiled gently, looking at the sleeping Yin Nuoxing. Mei Mao couldn't hide the affection and love in her eyes. She continued, "As long as it doesn't bother him, I will get close to him, help him, share his worries, and do anything for him. If one day Little Star feels that I am useless or a hindrance, and hates me, I will disappear on my own." When Lexin and the red-crowned crane heard this, their hands that were holding Yin Nuoxing's wrist trembled slightly. This affection was no longer at the level of liking, it was love. She could proudly stick out her chest and say, "I love Yin Nuoxing. So, just as I can face my feelings, Feng, I also hope that you can face your feelings. I didn't promise Little Star to grow old with me. Even if I did, which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? As long as Little Star likes him, I can accept everything about him," Ziyin said softly. Hearing these heartfelt words, the red-crowned crane raised her head in confusion. Humans were selfish, sinister, and cunning. The world of humans was filled with mutual deception. Such thoughts filled her mind. Although she knew that some humans were unique, she had never seen them before. She never thought that she would be able to meet such a person today. There must be a lot of stories between them. Seeing Ziyin's tender eyes, the red-crowned crane couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Lexin. She also had a complicated expression on her face as she looked at Mei Mao. Feng didn't say anything. She looked at Yun Nuoxing with a strange expression. There was attachment and perhaps also love. Roar! Fully recovered. It feels good. Under the sunlight in the courtyard, Yun Nuoxing stretched her body. Her purple-red hair was fluttering in the wind. Her bones were making cracking sounds. The after-effects of overusing her strength had completely disappeared. Her mind and soul were a lot stronger than before, but what made her a little depressed was that her realm seemed to have gone up by another 2 levels. "It's over. I'm already at the 6th level of the demon rank. If this continues, I'll reach the 2nd level very soon." Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh and said gloomily, "What am I going to do about this darkness? Is it destined to be a calamity for me? You've come back to life. Foam! I and the other 2 sisters have been watching over you." At the entrance of the courtyard, Ziyin couldn't help but let out a sigh when she saw Yin Nuoxing twirling around happily under the sunlight. They had been watching over him for 5 days, and the 4 of them didn't leave his side at all. However, they were still very happy to see him awake. "Lass, are you tired?" Yun Nuashing smiled. Her figure flashed, and she came to Xian's side. She looked at her gently with her purple-red eyes and rubbed her long hair. Xian rolled her eyes and looked at the golden princess, Lei Lang, and the others who were drinking tea and chatting not far away. After a while, she turned back and said, "Are you going back?" "Yes, I've been out for half a month. I also received a message from Sister Lili. The colored glass divine crystal is almost done smelting. She can help me cultivate the colored glass treasure mirror now." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. "You shouldn't be plagued by nightmares when you cultivate, right?" Xian said softly as she gently tidied his robes with her lily-white hands. "It should be fine. As long as I don't sleep in the normal sense, I should be fine. Probably." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Nightmares were simply a sudden disaster. "If there's anything wrong, remember to call me. Feng, my two sisters, and I can help you." Xian gazed at him quietly. Her lily-white hands slid down from his body and held his hand. She said gently, "Got it. You're just like my wife." Yun Nuashing teased. Xian rolled her eyes. "You only know how to take advantage of me verbally. I don't see you doing anything." Xian looked at him with hidden bitterness. This made his cheeks twitch. "This, humph," Xian snorted softly. She glanced at his face and walked gracefully towards the golden princess and the others. Her lily-white hands were still holding Yun Nuashing's hand. He shook his head helplessly and squeezed her warm little hand a little harder. Seeing Yun Nuashing and Feng are walking over, the golden princess asked with concern. She was worried and checked him again. She only let him go when she felt that his injuries were really healed. "Yi?" She was swinging her little legs at the side. When she heard that they were going back, she jumped down from the stone bench and started to build a huge array. "Big brothers and sisters, are you really going to follow us?" Yun Nuashing looked at Lachine and the others. He blinked and couldn't help but ask. These were 6 demon emperors. They were experts who could do whatever they wanted in the realm of the gods. Although they were all beaten down by the golden princess, they were still a very strong force. "Let's go with the Phoenix King. It's not easy to find a follower in such a tense situation. The clan's affairs have been taken care of 2 days ago. We don't have to worry about those little bastards causing any trouble." The Thunder Wolf demon monarch nodded. His rough voice lingered in the open space. "All right." Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned to look at Yi Shi. The latter understood and made a few hand seals. Just as she was about to teleport back to Jin Jinwang's side, a tiger's roar suddenly resounded in the room. "Roar! Bastard! Why didn't you call me when you're leaving?" A palm-sized white light flashed and rushed into the array in the courtyard. "You're leaving too?" Yun Nuashing was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a soft lump of meat on his head. He looked up and saw a long snow-blue tail hanging between his eyebrows. It kept swaying. "Roar!" The white tiger didn't say much. Its 4 little feet stepped on Yun Nuashing's head and played with his long hair. Yun Nuashing almost roared. "Uff!" Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others saw the little white tiger on Yun Nuashing's head. When they saw him messing up Yun Nuashing's hair, they couldn't help but laugh. Yi Shi looked speechlessly at the people who were messing around. He sighed softly and clasped his hands together. The huge teleportation array disappeared in a flash. Only an empty courtyard was left. Occasionally, a breeze would blow by, causing the trees to rustle. The group of people returned to the small valley shrouded in fog. Jin Jinwang and the others were stunned when they saw this group of people coming back with 6 god thearchs. The flames in the huge cauldron almost went out, and Nuashing and the others were petrified when they saw the dozens of god thearchs sitting cross-legged in midair refining the stuff in the huge cauldron. They looked at Yun Nuashing with some lingering fear. It turned out that this fellow was telling the truth when he said that there were hundreds of god thearchs. This made them even more determined to ride on his coattails. Yun Nuashing was very concerned about the refinement of the glazed divine crystal. Before he left, the glazed divine crystal that was the size of a mountain showed signs of melting. After going out for more than half a month, the 5-color mountain range was only the size of a small mountain. Replacing it was the 5-colored liquid that was filled with the black cauldron, emitting a terrifying energy. When the Empress saw that Yun Nuashing had returned, she summoned him to her side and said, "You can start cultivating in half a month. During this period of time, adjust your state. It's best to refine the glazed divine crystal when you are at your peak. During cultivation, first guide the glazed divine crystal into the energy carrier. From the inside out, refine the glazed divine crystal into the energy crystal. Then refine the crystal into the meridians and reshape them into the glazed meridians. This is considered the first stage of casting glazed divine crystal. As for the glazed body, you have to integrate the glazed divine crystal into your body. The amount of blood, muscles, and bones here should be enough to help you cultivate the glazed body completely." After listening to the Empress's advice, Yun Nuashing nodded continuously. However, he thought of a problem and quickly asked, "Sister Lioli, do you need more glazed divine crystal to cast meridians or to cast the body?" "Normally, the glazed body needs more." The Empress nodded. "But I'm not a normal person." Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. The glazed divine crystal would automatically open up all the meridians in his body, regardless of whether they were useful or not. After so many years, almost all the meridians in his body had been opened up. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but grab the Empress's hand. Under her puzzled gaze, he pressed her little hand on his lower abdomen and allowed her to see his internal condition clearly. "Little brother, you are in an abnormal state." Seeing that the meridians in Yun Nuashing's body were as numerous as a maze, as well as the colorful energy carrier, her pretty face twitched a few times. "In that case, the amount here might not be enough. It's already not bad if I can cultivate the glazed body to the halfway point." The Empress pinched his face in distress, then smiled faintly and said, "Well, forget it. I'll think of a way to get more. Who asked the heavens to throw me a little baby? Sister, use some of your family's assets to exchange for glazed divine crystals." Upon hearing the words, "little baby," Yun Nuashing shuddered violently and several layers of goosebumps appeared on his skin. When he saw her sparkling Mei Mao, as if she was looking at a priceless treasure, he calmed down a little. However, the Empress wasn't in a hurry to leave. She had to wait until she finished cultivating and judged the situation to know how much she needed. She also exhorted Yun Nuashing for a while and talked about the main points of cultivation. Only then did she let Yun Nuashing go and cultivate by himself. After wandering around in midair for a long time, Yun Nuashing wanted to help, but the Golden Empress urged him to cultivate the spirit of the mystic technique array and didn't let him stay behind to cause trouble. When Yishi saw that he was wandering around as if nothing had happened, she grabbed him and brought him to cultivate the array. Yun Nuashing also passed on some of Emperor Wanfa's insights on array cultivation to Yishi while he was at it. "You lunatic! Brother Nua, if there's a crazed list in the realm of the gods, I will definitely recommend you to be at the top of the list." Yun Nuashing told Yishi what he had been thinking for a long time. In the end, Yishi's face turned deathly pale, and she looked incredulous. "However, I'm also quite interested. Let's try it, Brother Nua." Chapter 559. Time passed quickly. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Empress and the others who guarded the Black Cauldron and refined the colored glass divine crystal, or Yun Nuashing and the others who were cultivating, every time they opened and closed their eyes, they would breathe again and again. This cycle continued endlessly, and the hands of the clock would be pulled back dozens of times. Inside a dark secret chamber, Yun Nuashing and Yishi were sitting opposite each other. Two streams of qi were emitted from their bodies, fusing together and dispersing. In their minds, the same image kept repeating itself endlessly, causing sweat to appear on their foreheads. After a long time, Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi opened their eyes at the same time. For rays of light shot out from their eyes and collided with each other, causing a dull sound of impact. The two of them stretched out their hands at the same time. Two pairs of palms of different sizes joined together. Then the two of them slowly formed hand seals. It was as if the two of them were of the same mind and knew what the other was thinking. Their hand seals became very slow, and because of the large difference in size, the speed at which they formed hand seals was also very slow. As their hand seals changed, heaven and earth energy, elemental energy, spatial energy, and star energy all quietly gathered in the air. Not long after, a formation about 3 feet wide appeared above the two of them. The center of the formation was facing the two hands that were changing at a slightly faster speed. Not long after this formation appeared, another formation about 2 feet wide appeared above this formation. Then it was 3 feet wide for feet wide until a mysterious black formation appeared. This formation was only about 10 feet wide, but it was extremely mysterious. The patterns on it were so complicated that it was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. The star force that was originally leisurely in heaven and earth suddenly went berserk after this formation appeared. It surged towards the black formation like a tide. After this black formation appeared, the two of them took a deep breath. They opened their eyes and looked at each other. Then they nodded and closed their eyes again. Between their eyebrows, soul force and spiritual force surged out again. Above the black formation, another formation appeared, but this time it was shrinking. Array after array of arrays appeared above his head, and the heart of each array was facing each other. If one were to look up from below, they would only see an array of arrays made up of countless messy lines. The roof had long been pierced through, and the dozens of arrays floated into the air. Phew! Having reached this step, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Forming a dozen high-grade formations was not too difficult for Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi. The difficult part was what was about to happen next. "Little Shi, I'm ready. Come." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded at Yi Shi. "Okay." Yi Shi also returned a smile. Then the two of them took a deep breath. Their eyes suddenly surged with sharpness. Then 2 waves of soul and spiritual force burst out from between their eyebrows like 2 ferocious beasts. The 2 pairs of overlapping hands also suddenly changed. The 4 hands even danced in the air, creating afterimages. Following the changes in the hand seals of the 2 pairs of hands, the dozens of arrays in the sky that were aligned like Vajra suddenly lit up with some light. Then they slowly started to rotate, as if they were about to activate. However, after the light bloomed, the dozens of arrays suddenly trembled and turned into a huge oval-shaped ball of light. Immediately after, it was as if a giant was trying his best to tear this ball of light into 2 halves. However, the size of this ball of light didn't change in the slightest. After the ball of light was split into 2, it did not stop. Instead, it trembled slightly again. However, this time it trembled extremely violently, as if it was going to shatter space. Crack! The terrifying power of heaven and earth and the power of stars tore the space apart. The 2 balls of light shook violently and split into 2 more balls of light. Then the balls of light split apart. There was only 1 formation ball, but in that 1 minute there were 4 formation balls. 2 soft shouts came from the secret room. The force of heaven and earth that was originally surging towards the 4 formation balls seemed to be attracted by an even stronger force and surged towards the top of the 4 formation balls. When the huge force of attraction appeared, the 4 formation balls trembled slightly and moved in 4 different directions. Just as they steadied themselves, a formation hundreds of feet wide appeared in the sky. From shallow to deep, it slowly emerged from the void. It rotated and pressed down from the sky, stopping above the 4 formation balls and enveloping them. If one looked closely, they would discover that this formation was very similar to the refining heaven formation. However, there were some areas that were completely different. However, its power was definitely greater than the refining heaven formation. This is a new formation that has fused the refining heaven formation, the formation of destruction, and two other formations. I'll call you the myriad Tao destruction formation. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the slowly rotating 1,000 feet formation descending from the sky. He smiled. He had done many things like fusing formations. Although he had failed many times with Yi Shi, when he succeeded in the end, the two of them were very happy. This is only the second step. Brother Nua, calm down. You must control your mind power well. If you lose control, it will continue to evolve. When that time comes, even Sister Jean and the others might not be able to deal with it, Yi Shi said in a serious voice. Yes, I know. Yun Nuashing nodded heavily. He also knew how difficult it would be to control what was about to happen. The two of them took a deep breath. Their gazes met in midair as though they were cheering each other on. Then they nodded vigorously, and the seals in their hands changed again. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds descended from the sky. The violent energy of heaven and earth created a terrifying echo in the sky. Suddenly, waves of various colors appeared in the sky. They were all formed by the elemental energy in heaven and earth. When the waves formed, everyone in the small valley felt it. Everyone was awakened and quickly turned their gazes. The emperor gods who were sitting cross-legged in front of the black cauldron also turned their gazes in confusion. They looked towards the depths of the forest. There, patches of formations were spinning rapidly and releasing terrifying energy. That is, Princess Jean, the Water Empress, and the others were stunned. Wasn't that the place where Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi cultivated? Could it be that the two of them had caused the commotion? Boom! In the sky, the energy clouds were dyed colorful by the various elemental energies. Streaks of silver blue lightning illuminated the clouds, causing all the colors to blossom. Under this energy, the 300-meter-long array formation suddenly trembled, causing the 4 array formations below to tremble violently. Then it suddenly turned into 4. After the formation was split into 4 again, an even larger black formation descended from the energy clouds. It was 1,000 feet large and brought with it a terrifying energy pressure. The power of the stars surged violently. Endless power of the stars surged as if it was going to turn this place into night. Combine! Split, duplicate, combine. Yun Nuashing screamed in his heart. Green veins popped out on his forehead. His mental strength and soul power poured out as if he was going to be completely drained. Yi, she also let out a low roar from her throat. Her 4 hands clenched tightly and her fingers interlocked. The energy in their bodies was being crazily extracted. The descending black formation enveloped the 4 formations below. It trembled again and split into 4 parts. Then an even larger myriad Tao destruction formation descended from the sky with lightning and endless flames surging out of the void. Upon closer inspection, this myriad Tao destruction formation was slightly different from the myriad Tao destruction formation that was thousands of feet long. Its power was also several times stronger than the myriad Tao destruction formation that was thousands of feet long. Rumble! The people in the small valley far away looked at the formation in the sky. It kept flashing and split into 4 parts. They were arranged in 4 directions. Then an even larger formation enveloped it. It split and combined again. Gulp! Zien, Jining, and the other juniors all raised their heads in fear. They watched as the thousands upon thousands of formations hovered above their heads. They continued to expand, encompassing a radius of tens of thousands of meters. 1 million meters. 1 million meters. 1 million meters. 1 million meters. The increasingly terrifying energy descended from the sky like an apocalyptic heavenly might. Even the air was completely burned away. Pitch black spatial cracks cracked open. The terrifying momentum intimidated them to the point that they could only tremble on the ground before the formation was fully activated. The energy in the surroundings began to boil. It roared like boiling water, and pillars of energy descended from the sky, enveloping the entire world like screens of light. These two little guys are too crazy. They actually improved my formation. They improved it. It increased its power by at least 100 times. Emperor Wanfa clapped his hands excitedly when he saw the formation in the sky splitting and combining crazily. His face was flushed, and he almost danced in the sky. The violent energy danced and flipped under the formation. It was as if there were tens of thousands of angry dragons roaring in the sky. The surging energy made the entire space shake. Even the earth was wailing. Huge cracks in the void extended to the horizon, and cracks appeared on the ground. The Mountain King clenched his fists and stopped the trembling of the earth. However, after the magic circle split again, the earth began to tremble again. This time, the trembling was even more intense. The chaotic elemental energy made it impossible for him to control the earth elemental energy well. He could only stare at the mountain range below him in shock. The mountain peaks collapsed one after another, and the cracks spread far and wide like giant worms. What a good student you taught! Go and stop them. If they can't stop it, we'll all die. Emperor of Destruction jumped to his feet. His face was pale as he roared at Emperor Wanfa. Then he rushed toward the place where Yun Nuashing and the Empress were cultivating. The Golden Empress and the Golden Empress couldn't care less about the Black Cauldron. Under the gloomy clouds of energy, which seemed like a storm would come at any time, they felt a little numb. The connection between their minds and the power of heaven and earth and the power of the elements in the outside world was disrupted by this violent and chaotic energy. When this energy explodes, even the Emperor of the Underworld won't be able to fight back. Even a mid-tier Emperor God will be severely injured, and Lachine and the other 5 girls protected the group of children behind them. To them, Xian and the others were indeed a group of children. After a few violent changes, the formation that encompassed the entire world had long broken through the energy seal. It seemed to be splitting without limit. The people in the nearby cities could only see a piece of the formation suddenly appear in the sky. Then it disappeared, and in its place came an even larger formation that exuded a terrifying aura that the heavens are angry. The heavens are changing, the heavens and earth are crying out. The power of the Tao Breaker, the destruction of cultivation. Has the heavens been angered? The hundreds of billions of people in the city could feel the unstoppable energy formation in the sky. The terrifying energy wave that followed caused countless people to tremble. Even the Emperor of the Underworld fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they wanted to kneel down. "Little star, stop!" In the secret room, Yun Nuashing and Yi, she clenched their fists. Their eyes shone with the light of tangible energy. They gritted their teeth and unleashed their soul and spiritual power to the maximum. They controlled the millions of formations in the sky with great precision. However, the more formations that appeared, the harder it was to control them. Even they couldn't control the destructive energy that poured down. Above the secret room, Empress Jean and the others wanted to stop Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi. However, when they saw that Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi weren't listening to anything, they were anxious and fearful of the formation in the sky. The great Emperor of Destruction raised his head and looked at the formation that was trembling with great difficulty. There was a hint of fear and dread in his eyes. The energy contained within the formation was enough to threaten high-level god emperors like him. Holy **T again? There's still one more split. This time, it's going to break through the barrier of 100 million miles. Emperor Myriad Arts wiped his forehead in horror. Although he had created this formation, he had never used it before. This was because it would be risking one's life to use it. In the end, it would destroy the entire area and completely destroy all life in the area that the formation encompassed. No, if you interrupt them, their souls will crumble. No one can withstand the self-erupting power of a formation that no one can control. The Empress hurriedly called out when she saw that the Emperor of Destruction was rushing down in an attempt to interrupt the two of them. Even her voice had become shrill with fear. The Emperor of Destruction's expression stiffened when he heard her voice. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. The formation was trembling more and more violently, and it looked as if it could collapse at any moment. Even the sky was about to shatter. At this moment, they weren't the only ones who were anxiously watching. All of the living beings within a radius of 60 million miles were trembling as they looked up at the increasingly unstable formation in the sky. Under the destructive power, panic spread throughout the entire area. However, no one had any thoughts of escaping. The power of heaven and earth was in chaos, and the elemental power was in disarray. Most people couldn't even fly. Furthermore, where could they escape to in such an area? A natural disaster. Thank the heavens that I'm still at home with my wife, child, and parents. I'm praying that we'll be able to stay together at the end of our lives. A family was hugging each other tightly. There were no tears, only peaceful smiles. This is an undeserved disaster. An undeserved disaster. This isn't a natural disaster. It's a man-made disaster. There are supreme beings engaged in a battle to the death, and we're going to be buried alongside them. The power of space has also been disrupted, and the teleportation gates can't work. Ha ha ha, the heavens are going to kill us. No, I curse all of you. I curse this world. Why? My life has only just begun. I don't want to die yet. Heavenly Lord, I don't want to die like this, but I still want to dig a grave and bury myself. Save me, patriarch! Bastard, bastard, bastard. Son of a B*****. In the city enveloped by the magic formation, chaos became the only rhythm here. Everyone seemed insignificant under the merciless light. Even though countless people had the idea of running away, when they looked up at the sea of light, where could they run to? There was nowhere they could go. The god experts, who were usually high and mighty, also looked at the magic formation with a ferocious expression, half crying and half laughing. The chaos that erupted in this area perfectly illustrated the different kinds of life. There were those who were happy, those who were calm, those who were sad, those who were angry, those who were in despair, those who were fearful, those who were mad, and those who were resentful. All these emotions were intertwined together like a song of life. It made the hearts of the two people from Yun Nua planet, who were controlling this crazy array, tremble slightly. They could also feel the endless emotions turn. The two people from planet Yun Nua roared. In the sky, the terrifying array that spanned 60 million miles trembled violently and suddenly froze. Then, under the despairing gazes of everyone, it split apart and spread out. A boundless and terrifying spell formation descended from the sky with a dazzling azure light. Chapter 560. The formation that encompassed the boundless region spun down from the sky, bringing with it a monstrous power that caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Under that power that could crush everything, all words paled in comparison. Those cursing voices gradually stopped. Looking at the azure radiance that illuminated the horizon, everyone felt a lump in their throat. A line of tears flowed down their cheeks due to the stimulation of the radiance. The sky was filled with the terrifying power of destruction, the terrifying power of the stars. Even the air was filled with violent energy. With just a sniff, one could guess that they would die here today. At this moment, everyone who was rushing to Starfall City received the news. However, just when some of them wanted to fly over to take a look at the peerless formation, they discovered that there was no need for them to do so. That was because the energy that filled the sky had actually spread over their heads. In fact, even the people in Starfall City could feel this irresistible power. A few years ago, a beam of starlight pierced through the Ghost Chi Forest. Its might spread throughout Source Peak region. Even distant regions could feel it. Half a month ago, 3 terrifying energies erupted in the depths of the Godly Tiger mountain range. Everything within a radius of 10 billion miles turned into an abyss. Source Peak region and Extreme Plain region could clearly feel it. Now, a peerless formation encompasses an area of 600 million miles. Source Peak region seems to be in turmoil. If this formation were to completely erupt, its destructive power would spread to an area 10 times larger than its original size. The small formation will form its own formation core and form a large formation together. This method of controlling the formation reminds me of someone. Who? Myriad Art Imperial Emperor. That amazing old man. I wonder if he's in the divine realm now. I haven't heard of that old man's name for at least 10 million years. The method of controlling the formation seems to be more exquisite than the original method. It seems to have been improved. Tisk, that old man's strength has improved again. I don't know. However, the Mountain Monarch should be coming to the Source Peak Grand Assembly. At that time, we'll know about Myriad Art, Imperial Emperor, and the others. Let's not talk about that first. What about this formation? If it were to erupt, this region would be plunged into misery and suffering. Starfall City is too far away. Even if there are outstanding formation masters, they won't be able to break it in time. What do you mean? Sigh, let's just leave it to the heavens. Our position is very awkward. There's nothing we can do. On the top floor of a certain palace in Starfall City, a group of people stood at the top of the Great Hall. Their vision seemed to be able to penetrate through the endless distance and see the formation. Despite the endless distance, they could still feel the extremely terrifying super energy. Once it erupted, it would definitely leave behind a bottomless pit. Seeing the array, those people couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do was pray. The leader of the group was an old man in brocade robes. He looked at the faraway area. His old eyes were deep and calm. However, there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Those who could control this kind of magic array were absolute magic array geniuses. They could play with magic arrays to the acme of perfection. Perhaps it was really that old fellow, Emperor Wanfa, who was causing trouble. Chi. Suddenly, the formation that covered a radius of 600 million miles suddenly became illusory under the gazes of countless people. It trembled slightly, then gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth also slowly returned to normal as the formation disappeared. Countless living beings, many experts, seeing the spirit design disappear, all the living beings under the spirit design had mixed feelings. Countless people had been prepared to die. Although they were unwilling, it was a natural disaster and a man-made disaster. Even if they were unwilling, they couldn't defy the heavens, even if they were unwilling. However, now that it had suddenly disappeared. What was this? Damn it, give us back our tears and feelings. Countless people felt lucky and speechless. There were still traces of tears on their faces. Their expressions of despair seemed to have turned into a joke in an instant. Countless people cried and laughed as if they had been broken. It was conceivable that the pharmacy's business would be very good today. Some places also burst into cries of joy. They were all glad that this calamity didn't happen. After surviving a calamity, one would definitely have good fortune in the future. It seems like someone is testing the power of the formation. Could it really be that old fellow Emperor Wanfa? That's not right. If it's Emperor Wanfa, he could have gone to the starry sky and used his formation. Even if he made a ruckus, no one would care about him. Could it be that he made a ruckus in order to attract attention and announce to the world that Emperor Wanfa has returned? Which Emperor God expert would use such a method to announce his return to the world? He doesn't play by the rules. The Taiyuan Grand Meeting is in 2 months. Why would he make it so troublesome? To make a big news. Seems like it. The old man in the brocade robe stroked his white beard. A wisp of wisdom flashed in his deep eyes. Perhaps the person who set up the formation doesn't have the ability to go to the starry sky. Perhaps that person's realm isn't very high. Perhaps he made it by accident, but he also believes that he has the ability to take it back. Everyone was astonished. Divine emperors could travel short distances in the star area. Although they could only travel short distances, they could still go to places further away. Could it be that the person who set up the formation didn't have the cultivation of a divine emperor? Similar guesses were not limited to this palace. In other places, everyone who had sensed the power of this magic formation was trying to guess the identity of the person who had set up this magic formation, from a powerful deity to a figure of that level. Many people had already gone to the area where the magic formation was located, flying towards the center of the magic formation. However, the two people who were at the center of the discussion had exhausted all their spiritual strength and strength of soul and collapsed together. She was better off because she had only exhausted her spiritual strength and strength of soul. Yun Nuashing didn't have as much strength of soul as she did. She had converted all her energy into strength of soul through the soul-burning formula, and then converted part of it into spiritual strength through the 6 paths of reincarnation. The two of them put in all their effort and finally managed to control it with all their might. At the final stage of the split, it felt as if the soul was about to be pulled out of the body. But no matter what, it dissipated in the air, which was already a very fortunate ending. Seeing that both of them had fainted, everyone hurriedly lifted them up. Empress Jean even hurriedly grabbed Xian, Feng, and the other 3 people. Yun Nuashing was unconscious and needed the 4 of them to look after her. Now that they saw that she could cause more damage, they couldn't let her go out of control. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. They took turns to check on Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had only collapsed due to exhaustion. Then they cursed in a low voice. These 2 guys had caused such a big commotion. Great, now the Taiyuan Grand Gathering wouldn't be boring. This was simply big news at the tip of the wave. I have to say, I'm convinced for the 2nd time in my life. Lei Lang's face twitched to the point of cramping when he saw the 2 people collapse together in exhaustion with their hands still tightly clasped together. Everyone laughed bitterly. Empress Jean and the others were slightly calmer. They could be considered as people who had watched Yun Nuashing grow up over the years. He had already caused a lot of commotion over the years, so they were gradually numb to it. One more incident wouldn't be a big deal. As for Enlishine and the others, who had just met Yun Nuashing, they were completely convinced. In their understanding of him, perhaps only one word could be used to describe him: lunatic. If you're a demon rank 1 seal, you can barely be considered a powerhouse. If you rely on various means to defeat a 2nd seal demon rank 1 seal, then you're a formidable figure. If you defeat a 3rd seal demon rank 1 seal, or even a 5th or 9th seal demon rank 1 seal, then you're a peerless genius. If you defeat a demigod rank 1 seal expert, then you're a freak among freaks. If you can contend against a nascent god rank 1 seal expert, then you can only be described as a freak among freaks, a monster among monsters. In the end, a demon rank expert who could defeat an emperor god appeared. How should one describe this? He was a lunatic. As the saying goes, a monster goes to the left, a lunatic goes to the right. Little star, he is walking further and further down the path of a lunatic. He doesn't intend to turn back. Yao Hua and the others looked at the white-haired person who had fallen into a deep sleep and shook their heads speechlessly. They secretly thought that this guy wasn't human. Everyone took turns to look after him for a while and fed him a few elixirs. Empress Jean and the others went back to continue refining the colored glass divine crystals. Yuan Shi and the others went back to cultivate, leaving behind the 4 people in Yun Nuashing's special group to look after him. Little star, don't abuse yourself like that, okay? Take care of yourself. You just woke up not long ago, and now you're going to sleep again. Even if we don't find it tiring, you won't be able to sleep well. Xian was almost angered to tears by Yun Nuashing. How could someone abuse themselves like that? Their daily routine was to play with their life and then fall asleep. It was fine if they slept on their own, but it made other people's hearts ache. Little Zian, little brother Xing, has he always been like this? And Lachine couldn't help but ask. Zian nodded, thinking of the past. She didn't know why she suddenly felt a little sad. She bent down and hugged Yin Nuoxing's head. Tears flowed down silently. Those sparkling tears fell on her flawless face, making Enleshine and Empress Jin's hearts ache. They felt like their hearts were about to break. Zian, 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 don't cry. Little star will get better. Feng saw that she couldn't stop crying. Mei Mao also blushed slightly. She rubbed Zian's head with her jade-like hands, but her nose was slightly sour. She quickly turned her face away and wiped her eyes. I don't want to cry. Really, I don't know why. Zian smiled sweetly. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Her face was covered in tears, but she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down, making Feng want to cry as well. Looking at the two women crying and laughing, and Lachine and Empress Jin's eyes were slightly hot. For women, once one of them recalled something and cried sadly, it would most likely cause the other three to cry too. I seem to have seen the rise of a divine star, rubbing the hot corners of her eyes, and Lachine looked at the young man sleeping quietly on the bed. She suddenly smiled charmingly. She supported her chin with her jade-like hands and quietly observed this young man who was so powerful that he was a little out of the ordinary. Sister Jingyu, what do you think? And Lachine and Mei Mao looked at the red-crowned crane with a smile and said, Me. The red-crowned crane, called Jingyu, was slightly stunned. She looked at the sleeping young man with her bright eyes. She squeezed the cold hand in her jade-like hands and sighed softly. She shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe. You are better at judging people than I am. Do you think he will like the little girls in our family? And Lachine giggled. No. Suddenly, Zian, Feng, and Mei Mao widened their eyes and stared at Lachine fiercely. She smiled charmingly and then laughed even harder. She couldn't help but hold her belly. Even if we find so many girls for Xing, he won't accept them. If we want to, we have to cultivate feelings for them one by one. Feng, and Zian echoed each other. Then the four people were silent. They looked at Zian in surprise. Seeing her blush, they quickly lowered their heads. The three women couldn't help but cover their faces. Zian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was so shy that she almost buried her pretty face in her arms. Chapter 561. The appearance of the boundless formation attracted the attention of some of the people gathered at the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. The experts who originally lived in Starfall City all headed towards the location where the formation had appeared to explore. Through various vague clues, they gradually approached the location of the formation's core. However, even though they were close to the location of the formation's core, the superformation encompassed an area of 600 million kilometers. Even though they were close to the formation's core, they were still searching aimlessly in an area. Furthermore, the person who set up the formation might have already left. Just the range of the search encompasses an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. How are we going to find him? It's already been 10 days. That formation grandmaster might have already left. Sai, I thought I would be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him just because I was close. Forget it. You guys keep searching. I'm going back. I'll go back and wait for the Taiyuan Grand Meeting to begin. The experts, densely packed in the mountain range, could not help but feel discouraged when they saw that they had not gained anything in the past 10 days. However, this discouragement did not last for long. Originally, it was already an extravagant hope to meet an expert of that level. It did not matter if they did not meet him. Furthermore, the Taiyuan Grand Meeting was about to begin. That expert might even attend. Thinking of this, the experts who had left gathered their spirits slightly. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to meet him. At this moment, there were two rather famous formation grandmasters. One of them had already woken up. After waking up, he went into seclusion in a secret room. As for the other youth, he was still in a deep sleep. However, his complexion was no longer as pale as 10 days ago. His ruddy complexion was a sign that his condition was improving. His desolate sea of soul was also surging with great waves. His mental force and soul force, which had been depleted repeatedly, seemed to be even more vigorous after being replenished a few times. After sending off the night of the 2 purple moons, a new morning sun was ushered in. The warm sunlight brought with it a slightly cool atmosphere. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, it entered the thousands of households. Early in the morning, there were countless loud sneezes. In the forest, a wisp of light yellow quietly appeared. The sunlight that crossed the horizon finally entered the hidden valley shrouded in mist after passing through many obstacles. It dispersed the mist slightly and shone into a simple loft below. It passed through the window and landed on the eyes of the youth on the white bed. The slightly dazzling sunlight caused the youth's eyebrows to twitch. Afterwards, the eyes that had been asleep for 10 days trembled slightly and opened. His purple-red eyes still contained a trace of confusion. He seemed a little lifeless as he stared blankly at the wooden ceiling. A moment later, a little bit of spirit slowly gathered and flowed into his eyes. Those lifeless eyes also gradually lit up. He slightly blinked a few times and only felt a sense of refreshment. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, and there were also a few strands of auspicious aura that made people feel as if they were floating. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and felt an extremely soft and furry thing under his head. He turned his head and saw a white fairy foxtail, and Lesheen was sitting on the edge of the bed with her back facing him. She seemed to be holding a book in her hands. 9 snow-white tails covered his body like a blanket. There was also one under his head. Upon a closer look, he saw that the snow-white tails not only covered his body, but also covered a beautiful figure lying on the edge of the bed. A touch of deep purple could be seen under the fur. A soft and jade-like hand was tightly holding his hand. She was lying on the edge of the bed and had fallen asleep. On the other side, ink-black long hair spread out like blooming flowers on the edge of the pillow. A faint crimson-pink light spread from the beautiful figure to his body. Feng Er had also fallen asleep. Her exquisite face was resting on his arm. Looking past Feng Er, he could also see a beautiful figure sitting on a chair. A pair of pure white and beautiful wings extended from the figure's waist. Just like the tails that covered his body, they gently caressed his body and face. It was itchy, but it was quite comfortable. However, the owner of the wings was Mei Mao. Her small head was uncontrollably lowered bit by bit, as if she was fishing. The 3 of them seemed to be tired. If this is a dream, let me dream for a while more. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He only felt that his soul had been sublimated in this place, for great beauties were taking care of him while he rested. This was the peak of his life, Sister Immortal Fox. However, even if it was a dream, he had to break it with his own hands. He knew the condition of his body. He must have slept for a long time. He was comfortable, but the beauties who stayed by his side day and night had to suffer. Hearing a weak voice calling out to her, the lady, who was holding on to a book, raised her head slightly. She turned her gaze around and saw Yun Nuashing's pair of beautiful eyes staring at her in a daze. An enchanting expression surged onto her seductive face. Her pair of bewitching eyes blinked at Yun Nuashing. Her sweet smile shattered the sunlight and caused his heart to tremble. It was as though his soul was about to be taken away. Yun Nuashing curled his lips. His hands quietly separated from the 2 beauties' control. Then, he hugged the snow-white heavenly tails into his arms. He even buried his face in them and took a deep breath. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. You, little brother, let go. Seeing his actions, and Yuesheen's beautiful face flushed red. The waves of feeling coming from the tails made her delicate body feel a little strange. Okay, I'll let go once you carry me. Yun Nuashing grinned and nodded seriously. Mei Mao blinked. Seeing his innocent and bright smile, she was a little speechless. She knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she could only nod. The 9 tails gently broke free from his arms and gently wrapped around his body. They lifted him up and then gently placed him on the side of the bed. Yun Nuashing smiled and stuck out his tongue. He turned around and saw Xian's peaceful, sleeping face. A gentle smile flashed across his eyes. He gently hugged this delicate and boneless body and carried her to the bed. Then he walked to the other side and also carried Feng Er to the bed. He gently covered them with a blanket and then walked to Jingyu. However, he treated the latter equally. He also carried her to another bed and covered her with a blanket. Then he winked at Inueshin and the two quietly left. Sister Immortal Fox, thank you. After gently closing the door, Yun Nuashing looked at Inueshin, who had been looking at him with a charming smile. He also smiled and said softly, Inueshin looked at his sunny smile and raised her eyebrows. She licked her red lips with her bright red tongue. That appearance was really very seductive. She stretched out her slender fingers and raised Yun Nuashing's chin. Inueshin smiled charmingly and said, Little brother, how do you plan to thank me? Seductress. Yun Nuashing was so seductive that his whole body trembled. Looking at Inueshin's playful and seductive smile, he couldn't even run away because the tails were still wrapped around him. He could only say, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Sister Immortal Fox, what do you want me to do? And Lashin smiled, revealing a pensive look which scared Yun Nuashing, who had just recovered his rosy complexion, to the point that it turned even paler. He seemed to have forgotten that this seemingly charming woman was a god-emperor expert. Just as she revealed a thoughtful expression, she saw Yun Nuashing's uneasy expression, and Lashin also felt a little amused in her heart. That day, where did the little fellow who ignored them and rushed into the mountain, fought with the white tiger, and blasted 2 big holes in the Taiyuan region go? Phew! And Inueshin gently breathed in his face. Then she giggled and retracted the tails that were wrapped around him. She walked out of the loft with light steps and said, I won't tease you any more. Yun Nuashing trembled violently when he was blown by the orchid fragrance. He looked at the graceful back view of the woman and couldn't help but curse her secretly. Then he followed her out. Just as he walked out of the loft, the beautiful figure of the Empress appeared in front of him like a ghost. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He habitually raised his head and saw that the torrential flames of the black cauldron in the sky had already stopped. It had become a calm sea of fire. The blazing high temperature made the whole world seem very hot. The leaves on the mountain range below were drooping down due to lack of vitality. Are you ready? The Empress asked with a smile as she pinched Yun Nuashing's face. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing's eyes straightened, after which he nodded. His gaze towards the huge black cauldron in the sky was somewhat blazing. After so many years, he could finally cultivate this profound technique that he had always dreamed of. The Empress seemed to have felt the burning passion in his heart. She smiled and pulled his wrist with her lily-white hand. Then they flew toward the black cauldron in the sky. Empress Jean and the others were standing at the edge of the black cauldron. Dozens of pairs of eyes reflected the 5-colored light and stared straight at the 5-colored liquid in the black cauldron below. From time to time, they would urge the flames to prevent the colored glaze crystals from condensing again. The space beside her trembled slightly. Empress Jean turned her gaze and saw Yun Nuashing and the other 2 appear in the space. When they saw him, Jean Jinwang and the others immediately sat cross-legged at the edge of the black cauldron. All of them took a deep breath and stared unblinkingly at the 5-colored sea below. The energy in their bodies was surging and circulating. You may feel a little pain when you cultivate. The colored glaze crystals will transform your body. As for the rest, I have already said that it will depend on your own luck. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I still hope that you can cultivate on your own and don't need me to guide you. The Empress smiled as she gently rubbed Yun Nuoxing's handsome face. Yun Nuoxing nodded his head solemnly. Upon seeing this, the female Empress gave him a few more reminders. She told him about some of the problems that might arise during his cultivation. Yun Nuoxing nodded his head continuously. After nagging like this for 10 minutes, Empress Jin's face was filled with black lines. She had basically explained everything. No wonder she said that she didn't need him to guide her anymore. After listening seriously and humbly to the Empress's explanation, Renbachian stood quietly for a while. Inexplicably, he turned back to look at the pavilion below. Then he took a deep breath and jumped into the black cauldron. Splash! A huge splash of water splashed up and then fell back down violently, stirring up ripples on the 5-colored sea. Following the sound of a heavy object falling into the water, Empress Jean and the others seemed to have heard the horn of war. They raised their spirits and poured their soul power into the black cauldron without hesitation. Soon they found a human-shaped object inside and paid close attention to it. Who exactly is this little guy in the 9 deities temple? And Lachine was a little puzzled. She had wanted to ask this for a long time. The 9 deities temple was overly protective of this little guy, just as cultivation alone was watched by dozens of emperor gods, afraid that something might go wrong. I'm not sure either. Those little guys refused to say and kept their mouths shut. They only said one sentence. They said that Junior Brother's level of protection was the highest in the 9 deities temple, even higher than that of the temple master. The Empress said softly. After saying this, she quickly sat down cross-legged and poured her soul power into the sea below. She completely ignored Lachine, who was stunned by this sentence. At this moment, and Lachine stared at Mei Mao. Her cherry mouth couldn't help but open into a circle and didn't close for a long time. That day, she heard Empress Jean mention something about protection. At that time, she didn't care at all. Today, she finally saw what a real protection was. Good heavens. Dozens of god emperors were staring at you while you cultivated. They were afraid that you would cause trouble. Looking at the situation, they were just short of sending you to the elementary god stage. How many people in the world could receive such treatment? Chapter 562. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by a multicolored liquid. The liquid was viscous, even more viscous than magma. The moment he entered it, he felt as though his body was about to solidify, as though he had sunk into a quagmire. Even moving his arm required a great deal of strength. If he hadn't been prepared when he came down, and if he hadn't possessed extraordinary physical strength, he would have been crushed by the multicolored liquid. It's so heavy. Yun Nuoxing only felt that his movements were restricted. He clenched his teeth and found it difficult to move. His body was burning with flames, and the power of the stars swirled the multicolored liquid around him, making his movements slightly easier. I have to absorb this stuff into my body. Don't tell me the creator of this glazed treasure mirror is Shirliji. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. No wonder Sister Liuli had warned him repeatedly before he came down. This stuff could crush him to death before he could absorb it. If he swallowed it, his body would be torn apart. Z, my dear little Z. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly called out in his heart, causing Z, who was sleeping soundly, to be jolted awake. He kicked his blanket away, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Oh, I got it. Don't worry and absorb it. Just leave the control of your body to me. After hearing Yun Nuoxing quickly explain the situation, Ziyi also understood. He nodded, and his mind and soul quickly merged with Yun Nuoxing's. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing also relaxed. He adjusted his sitting posture with difficulty and sat cross-legged in the thick liquid. He took a deep breath and nodded. His mind trembled slightly, and a suction force slowly spread out from his body. He originally wanted to spread his 6 wings, but the liquid here was heavier than he imagined. He felt that his delicate wings would be broken if he spread them out, so he didn't spread them out. As soon as the suction force spread out, the surrounding liquid seemed to have found a loophole and poured into Yun Nuoxing's body, entering through his pores. However, instead of saying that it was entering, it was more like it was crashing into his body from all directions. The multicolored liquid was extremely hot. If the temperature dropped, it would even condense into a crystal. It had to be absorbed into the body under such a high temperature. When the energy barrier was opened and the liquid came into contact with Yun Nuoxing's skin, white smoke rose. Even though Yun Nuoxing's body was extremely strong, it was impossible for him to resist the high temperature of the 4 divine flames with his body alone. Damn! Under this extremely high temperature, Yun Nuoxing only felt that he was in so much pain that he was about to cry. Usually, he relied on the divine flames to protect his body. When had he ever been attacked by such a terrifying, high temperature? This burn caused tears to flow down his face. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing trembled as he formed a hand seal. The divine flames surged out of his body and turned into a warm current that covered the surface of his body. The liquid that had entered his body was also enveloped by the divine flames. Although it required a strong spiritual power to maintain such fine control, at least he didn't have to endure the high temperature. Phew! Yun Nuoxing felt the temperature on his skin gradually drop. The streams of divine flames wrapped around his body and surged into his body. Then Zai took over. Only then did Yun Nuoxing heave a sigh of relief. Without the protection of the divine flames, he would probably be burned into charcoal as the hot liquid was enveloped by the divine flames and sent into his body. Yun Nuoxing also took the time to transfer a trace of his consciousness into his body. He could clearly see that the trickling liquid gathered in his body and then flowed along the circulation of the glazed treasure mirror all the way to his lower abdomen, where it turned into a small lake that enveloped the sphere in layers. The multicolored liquid also slowly entered the sphere, adding a dreamy color to the already gorgeous color. The energy inside was also agitated, as if it was squeezing and changing the power of the stars in the crystal. It's changing the carrier of my energy. Sensing the changes in the energy crystal, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but feel astonished. If the glazed divine crystal had completely changed his energy carrier, the original crystal carrier would be much stronger. At the very least, it would be able to contain more energy, which was equivalent to directly expanding his capacity by dozens of times. The glazed divine deity is also a shockingly talented madman. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. His energy carrier had reached the final level, the crystal. Over the years, he had seen the people around him, whether it was the younger generation like Xian, or the super powerful emperor gods who had been famous for a long time like the Golden Queen, their energy carriers were also stuck at the solid level. Although he didn't know why it was so difficult to form a crystal, the fact that the glazed treasure mirror could change the carrier and increase its capacity alone was enough to make countless people envious. Even the high-level gods would be jealous. It's equivalent to using the glazed divine crystal to recast the energy carrier, then reconstructing the meridians and reconstructing the physical body to become a walking glazed divine crystal. As he thought about it, Yun Nuoxing felt that something wasn't right. However, his senior sister, the glazed divine emperor, had cultivated to the glazed body level. However, her body didn't seem to become extremely hard because of it. It might be different from what he had imagined. It can be sped up. I can control the refining speed that is 100 times faster than this. Just then, Yi took the time to tell him. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He took a glance inside his body and then nodded. In actual fact, he didn't see it clearly. It was just that he trusted Yi to the point of blindness. He changed his hand seal, and 6 wings gradually appeared on his back. However, he didn't spread them out. At the same time, he released his soul power to the maximum. The suction force that was generated from his body suddenly increased. Like a whirlpool, it crazily plundered the 5-colored liquid that filled his body. Little guy, slow down." Seeing that the suction force in the cauldron had suddenly become violent, everyone was shocked. The Empress also hurriedly reminded them, even though they had not known each other for a long time. She could guess that this fellow was about to start risking his life. "It's fine. I can take it." Yun Nuashing smiled and took the time to send a message using his soul. Then he continued to immerse his mind into the glazed liquid. He closed his eyes and controlled the divine flame and the glazed liquid. In his body, Zia's control was outstanding. There wasn't any disorder at all. He gathered the 5-colored liquid that surged in from all directions and transferred it to his lower abdomen. The ball in his lower abdomen released a violent suction force and sucked in the liquid. Colorful threads drilled out from his skin. Without Yun Nuashing noticing, Levitate automatically activated and wrapped him up, forming a huge colorful cocoon. 1.5 months passed in the blink of an eye, while Yun Nuashing was quietly cultivating. In this 1.5 months, the Golden Empress and the others were nervously watching over the Black Cauldron. Then, almost everyone came to the Black Cauldron, including Xian and the others. Everyone was nervously watching the madman cultivate. They might as well cultivate on the cauldron. Even the edges of the cauldron could hold dozens of people side by side. It was a very large platform. The space had long been sealed by everyone once again. This place was hidden to begin with, and with the addition of the space barrier, very few people could notice this place. However, in this 1.5 months, there were still many experts flying around in the nearby area, as if they were still looking for the Array Master. Many people had even entered this area. However, the great elder of the Water God Temple had already set up a space barrier, separating this place from the original space. However, some sensitive people seemed to have noticed that there was something unusual about this place. Although they had discovered something unusual, no one seemed to be able to point it out. Therefore, over the past few days, other than seeing countless people flying above their heads, it was peaceful. They were all quietly waiting for Yun Nua Planet's cultivation to end. In the depths of the Black Cauldron, the liquid in the Black Cauldron had been reduced by more than half. On the surface, there was a huge whirlpool constantly rotating, as if there was a giant beast devouring the colorful liquid below. At this moment, there were many colorful threads hanging on the walls of the Black Cauldron. Below, a huge cocoon of light was floating in the whirlpool, but was firmly fixed in the center. Now, the light cocoon was even more brilliant than a month ago. It was sparkling and translucent, like a colorful crystal. As time passed, everyone became slightly anxious. It was almost time, and the Taiyuan Grand Assembly was slowly approaching. However, Yun Nuashing was still in seclusion. Judging from the speed of the whirlpool, he seemed to be even more anxious and was racing against time. However, there was still no news of his breakthrough. The great elder of the Water God Temple had already set up a teleportation array. Once Yun Nuashing came out of seclusion, everyone would be able to enter the teleportation array and arrive at Falling Star City in an instant. When it was the last 2 days of the 3-month deadline, the 5-colored liquid in the cauldron dried up under everyone's eyes. As the liquid dried up, a 3-meter-wide light cocoon appeared under the Black Cauldron. It was swallowing and spitting out the power of the stars, flashing with 5-colored light. Everyone watched as the 5-colored liquid became smaller and smaller. The light that illuminated the entire place also weakened until only the light of a candle was left. This quiet wait continued for around 4 hours before the 5-colored liquid completely disappeared. All that was left was an enormous light cocoon. Bang! The minute the colorful liquid disappeared, an invisible ripple suddenly swept out from the cocoon of light. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the Black Cauldron, causing the entire Black Cauldron to tremble. As the invisible ripple was emitted, the threads of the cocoon of light began to break inch by inch. Even the cocoon of light itself began to dissipate. Soon after, a figure gradually appeared under everyone's anxious gazes. Buzz. As the last thread disappeared from his body, the figure opened his eyes. Two five-colored energy lights shot into the sky like two auroras, causing the space to tremble slightly. They collided with the spatial barrier, causing ripples to splash out. After he opened his eyes, a muffled sound of wind and thunder suddenly resounded across the horizon. The wings that covered his back like a cloak suddenly unfurled. The gorgeous purple-red wings now had a glazed luster to them. The 6 wings looked as if they were made of glazed glass. They unfurled to a length of 300 feet. With a gentle flap, they set off a 5-colored energy storm. The current 6 demonic wings were many times stronger than before. The violent energy storm could easily send a demigod expert flying over the horizon. Yun Nuashing lifted his head and saw quite a number of people waving at him from the huge cauldron. He smiled slightly. The 6 wings suddenly flapped, and a 5-colored whirlwind carried his body and charged into the sky. The whirlwind knocked against the walls of the cauldron and emitted waves of loud cries. In an instant, he charged into the sky. The 6 wings extended and sunlight poured down. His entire body welcomed the sunlight. A faint glass color flowed over his body like a perfect work of art. The 6 wings folded slightly, and his figure descended from the sky, landing in front of everyone. When everyone saw that he was safe and sound, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for why there was no change in his cultivation, they also knew what was going on, so they did not care about it. Sister Luli, I'm sorry. There is still a problem. Yun Nuashing could not help but rub his head and bitterly laugh when he saw the smile on the Empress's pretty face. A problem with your cultivation? Hearing this, the faces of the people who were just a little happy because he had broken through changed, and they hurriedly asked. There were even a few pairs of hands that pressed on his pulse without allowing him to explain, causing his bitter smile to become even more bitter. No, it's this. Yun Nuashing bitterly laughed and shook his head. The 6 wings on his back flapped slightly, and he said, The meridians in the 6 wings are more than the meridians in my body. There are so many colored glass divine crystals, but in the end it was only enough for me to cover all the meridians in my body and wings. After that, the remaining is only enough to refine my bones and wings. As for the rest, hearing this, the Empress raised her long, shapely eyebrows and gently pressed her lily-white hand on his chest. Mei Mao gently closed her eyes and sensed for a while. After a long time, she let go of her hand and frowned. She said, Little brother, you really surprise me all the time. Based on your situation, I reckon that you will need the same amount of colored glass divine crystals just now to help you cultivate the colored glass divine body to perfection. Moreover, your wings are so big. It took almost 70% of the colored glass divine crystals to evolve them. This is extravagant. That mountain of colored glass divine crystals is enough to refine 2 eternal weapons. In fact, if you don't use the 6 wings, it will be enough for you to cultivate your body completely. The Empress was also a little speechless. Her lily-white hand gently stroked the wide 6 wings. She was afraid that just these wings alone could easily tear a low-level god apart. The glazed treasure mirror is more or less similar to the art of weapon refinement. It's almost like cultivating one's flesh and blood to the level of an eternal weapon. This is why we need to refine the glazed divine crystal. If we can cultivate it to the highest level, one punch will be able to unleash the power of an eternal weapon. Your wings are probably comparable to some middle-grade divine weapons. The Empress sighed. Using humans as weapons to cultivate, this colored glass divine god is also a lunatic. Hearing this, the people couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. There were indeed perverts every year, and there were especially many lunatics. Chapter 563. Wind and thunder roared incessantly as the 6 pairs of wings spread open. Even though they were completely still, everyone could sense the terrifying power contained within the 3 pairs of wings, and the energy around them became much more active. After a long while, The 6 dazzling wings finally retracted into his body, and the rumbling of wind and thunder also ceased. Everyone turned their attention from Yun Nuashing's back to his hair. The best way to identify the changes to his divine body was through his hair. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground as there were no changes to his divine body at all. This body modification process didn't seem to have affected his divine body at all. "Looks like Little Star doesn't like this type of thing," the Golden Empress said with a smile as she ran her fingers through her hair. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. However, the body modification process had nothing to do with his constitution, so there wouldn't be any changes to his divine body. The Empress gently stroked her hair and fell into deep thought for a long while. Suddenly, she turned to Emperor of Destruction and asked softly, "Destruction, do you have any more in stock?" "No, I haven't mined in a long time, but I do have a lot of other things." A wry smile appeared on Emperor of Destruction's face when he heard this. Then he raised his eyebrows and made a guess as he looked at her contemplative expression. "You want to buy some?" The Empress nodded. "I'm calculating my assets. Let me think. There's so many colored, glass, divine crystals in that mountain range. I wouldn't be able to buy it even if I sold my entire fortune. Don't even think about it. No one can afford that kind of resource." Emperor of Destruction sighed and shook his head. He then looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange expression. It looked like Lioli was determined to help him cultivate the colored glass treasure mirror. "Sister Lioli, forget it. How can I ask you for more resources?" Yun Nuashing was a little anxious when he saw the Empress in deep thought. He hurriedly shook her arm. He already felt very bad for borrowing such a large amount of colored glass divine crystals from her. No matter how heartless he was, he couldn't bear to see her waste resources on him. The female Empress smiled and shook her head. She cupped his handsome face with her jade-like hands and smiled gently. "Elder sister still owes you 2 medicinal pills. Besides, you already call me elder sister. If I don't take care of my little brother, I don't need to be your elder sister anymore." Yun Nuashing was so anxious that she was about to cry. Knowing that she couldn't persuade her, she hurriedly looked at the Mountain Lord and said, "Big Brother Mountain, Big Brother Soul Blade, Uncle Yuan, you guys should persuade Sister Lioli too." "Lioli, actually, I think what he said is—" The Great Mountain Lord nodded. Just as he raised his head and said something, he saw the Empress turn her cold and murderous gaze towards him. This made the 3 of them shudder violently. Trembling, they looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "You have already called us big brothers. If you don't take care of us, we will be slapped in the face." Yun Nuashing felt as if her world was collapsing. She could only place her last hope on Princess Jean. When Princess Jean saw him looking over, she smiled and looked at the Empress. She smiled and said, "Let's split it 50-50. We will pay 50-52. Yun Nuashing was so angry that she turned around and left. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was embarrassed. After letting out a long sigh, Yun Nuashing didn't walk too far. After walking about 10 meters, she stopped and turned around. When she saw the Empress and the others looking at her with lovable smiles, she lowered her head. He didn't understand. One shouldn't accept a reward without any effort. They were neither relatives nor friends. Even if she was his senior sister in name, even if he was willing to call her sister, the 2 of them had no relationship. They had only known each other for less than half a year. To put it more forcefully, if the 1 year of cultivation was included, they had only known each other for less than 2 years. How could this be? "Sister Lioli, Sister Jean, follow me." Yun Nuashing sighed, raised her head, and looked at everyone in front of her. They were a group of friends and elders. She closed her eyes slightly and tapped the black bead in between her eyebrows, following which a huge golden shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Along with the sunlight, it was so bright that it was dazzling. Everyone was almost blinded by it. Palace of the Gods! Jin Jinwang and the others took in a deep breath of cold air. After Yun Nuashing, was tricked by Princess Jean that night. Even though he unconsciously admitted it himself, they also said that they wouldn't touch his things and that it would be fine as long as he grew up peacefully. Today was also the first time they saw such a huge object. Yun Nuashing rubbed his cheeks. In a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the palace, following which he waved to the people below and said, "Come up." The group of people looked at each other in dismay, following which, with a boom, they soared into the sky and came to Yun Nuashing's side. Then they followed him into the palace. In the main hall, the dozens of light balls were still floating quietly. Yun Nuashing didn't subdue them directly that day. He planned to subdue them today. The consciousness of the dozens of eternal weapons was in a state of deep slumber. They wouldn't wake up if they weren't stimulated. Therefore, they were very easy to subdue. These are all eternal weapons. Feeling the powerful coercion emitted by the dozens of light balls, everyone took in a deep breath of cold air. Dozens of eternal weapons. This was already comparable to the foundation of a few transcendental forces. Yun Nuashing nodded. He looked at the Empress and took a deep breath. Then he said calmly, "Sister, I will give you one. Don't reject it. You can take whichever one you like." Then, without any explanation, he grabbed the Empress's wrist and pulled her closer. When everyone heard this, they all took in a deep breath of cold air. He was giving away eternal weapons just like that. Even the Empress couldn't help but tremble slightly. This temptation was not small. To everyone, the temptation of an eternal weapon was equivalent to the value of a supreme grade mystical technique. Both were enough to create a transcendental force. The spiritual godly body needs a weapon to cultivate. The Empress gently broke free from Yun Nuashing's hand. She chuckled and rubbed his head gently with her lily-white hand. Then she said, "How can I take away your cultivation item?" But Yun Nuashing looked anxious. Just as he was about to say something, the Empress interrupted him. "This group of palaces is huge. Is it okay for us to walk around casually?" Yun Nuashing's heart trembled. Then he sighed. He knew that the Empress would not accept it. He could only nod and say, "Okay. That's good. Listen to me. I am the elder sister. A younger brother should listen to his elder sister." The Empress smiled sweetly and patted his head. "Okay." Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and lowered his head. He still didn't understand. Turning around, Yun Nuashing looked at the dozens of eternal divine weapons around the throne and sighed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all of them over. Then he grabbed them one by one. Every time he touched a weapon, it would turn into a ray of light and fuse with his body. Suddenly, the magnificent emblem that had been dormant for a long time started to grow again. Everyone looked at his back and their eyes widened. They could clearly see that there were some light runes on his long hair. These light runes were flowing in his hair. It was very mysterious and difficult to understand. Are those the divine patterns of the spiritual godly body? The Golden Empress couldn't help but ask. She looked at the great elder of the Water God Temple and Yi Shi. They were the only array experts here. In the end, they shook their heads and said, "I don't understand. It's very obscure. It doesn't look like some ancient markings. It's also not a talisman. It's also not the pattern of an array. It's the first time we've seen the spiritual godly body. That's why we're not sure." The patterns on his hair became more and more dazzling. There were even huge runes that lit up in his hair. They looked like hieroglyphs, but they didn't look like hieroglyphs. His long hair was also growing longer. In a short while, it spread from his waist to his knees. Moreover, it was still climbing down rapidly. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under everyone's stunned gaze, it spread to his heels and then fell to the ground. Yun Nuashing didn't notice this change at all. He just put his eternal weapons back into his body one by one. He could feel that there were many patterns on his back, neck, and even his neck, face, and legs. Moreover, these colorful patterns were still extending into his flesh and blood. The beautiful patterns could even be seen in his blood vessels. What everyone paid more attention to was that his long hair had already fallen to the ground. It was curled up and its color had also changed. It gradually became gorgeous, from the original purple-red color to an extremely gorgeous color. It was like a flowing color painting. The 6 wings also unfolded involuntarily. The colors and patterns immediately surged into the 6 wings, rendering them incomparably brilliant. His whole person seemed to be dyed with a riot of colors. I've seen the dyeing process of the spiritual, godly body with my own eyes. Yuan Shi and the others were dumbfounded. Even Xian's mouth was slightly open. She had been paying attention to Yun Nuoxing all the time. Every time she came out of seclusion, she could sense the slight difference in him. But this time, she had seen the whole process thoroughly. In the past, when I absorbed divine weapons, I didn't have such a big reaction. It seems that only a powerful eternal weapon can cause a qualitative change in the spiritual, godly body. Jin Wang and the others blushed with shame. At that time, when they were in the inner hall of the Tana's water spirit temple, they didn't have such a big reaction when they saw him subdue those divine weapons. He's just short of the realm. When he reaches the realm, he can achieve the small success. But I don't know if this kid is lucky enough to achieve the large success. Whitey lay on Yuan Shi's head and watched the changes of Yun Nuoxing. A touch of surprise flashed across its eyes. Buzz. A few minutes later, when Yun Nuoxing had absorbed more than a dozen high-level eternal weapons into his body, the transformation was about to come to an end. His whole body exuded a sacred light. It was vague, and there seemed to be a halo behind him. It was so sacred that people couldn't help but want to worship his back. After standing still for a while, the vague halo dissipated. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes and looked at his palm. The smooth skin was crystal clear, and even the blue blood vessels could be seen clearly. His 10 slender fingers. Well, this is the palm of a girl, not a boy's. Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect the transformation of the spiritual, godly body to be so dramatic. His pair of purple-red eyes had turned into a gorgeous color at this time, and the pupil in the middle was shining with a substantial light. He couldn't feel his realm. It was erratic. It was very strange. His aura was incomparably strong, but it only gave him the feeling that he was in the devil rank. The sealed door in the ball didn't increase or decrease. His body, soul, and spirit seemed to have been sublimated. It gave people an indescribable feeling. However, when he lifted his long hair, he suddenly felt that there was a problem. If Xue Ge saw this gorgeous color, she would probably call him a coquettish B***TH. More importantly, wasn't it 2F* King Long? When he swept it across and pulled it to its straightest, he estimated that it was at least 20 feet long. The nether void sword appeared in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Yun Nuoxing pinched a handful of long hair and gently sliced it. Although he liked to keep his hair long, it was too long. It was like a mop, so he had no choice but to cut it. Clang! However, to everyone's surprise, including his own, when the nether void sword cut through the long hair, it actually brought about the sound of metal colliding. It was as if it had cut through metal. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. They all knew how powerful the nether void sword was. How could it not even cut through a strand of hair? Pinching the long hair in his hand, Yun Nuoxing could still feel its softness. His cheeks twitched. He jogged to the Golden Princess and handed the nether void sword to her. Then he asked Xian to grab his hair. The Golden Princess understood. She walked behind Yun Nuoxing, leaving a waist-length space. She slowly raised the sword with her jade-like hand and slashed down. Clang! There was a roar, and 2 huge forces exploded. The Golden Princess was sent flying. Yun Nuoxing staggered a few steps. When they saw that the former was sent flying, everyone's expressions couldn't be described as shock. They were almost scared out of their wits. The Golden Princess was also dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. She walked behind Yun Nuoxing, pinched a strand of hair, and used all her strength to cut it. In the air, The sword chi exploded and the space collapsed. Her pretty face was red, but she still couldn't cut it. Your hair can be used to refine weapons. The weapons refined will definitely be more powerful than eternal weapons. The Fire Shrine Great Elder's eyebrows twitched. This, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. This wasn't the time to talk about this. They wouldn't let him go out like this, right? Suddenly he thought of something. He put his palm into the long hair and rubbed it for a while. Then he took out the soul fixation bracelet. Then he fiddled with it for a while and put it on the long hair again. As soon as the soul stabilizing bracelet touched the extremely long hair, it disappeared. Then the 20 feet long hair gradually shortened in front of everyone's eyes. In a few breaths' time, it shrunk straight back and finally solidified at the knee-length position. So this thing is really used to tie hair? Yun Nuashing was speechless. He remembered that the 6 Paths crystal told him that the soul fixation bracelet was used to tie hair. At that time, he thought it was joking. Little star, your face. Xian's May mouth flickered and stared at Yun Nuashing's right cheek. There, a pattern extended from the neck, and a very beautiful pattern was drawn on the cheek. Her jade-like hand gently stroked it. A faint light flowed, and a mirror appeared in Xian's hand. She handed it to Yun Nuashing. The latter took a look inside, and then her face turned black. This beautiful pattern was beautiful. It was beautiful, and it was on the face. Colorful patterns are better than black. Yun Nuashing sighed in despair. Chapter 564. The more spiritual objects the divine body absorbed, the greater the changes would be. Almost everyone knew this. Every generation of the divine body absorbed many spiritual objects. The more powerful the spiritual object was, the more intense the changes would be. The extent of the change would be that the divine body would be engraved with all kinds of patterns. For the things in Yun Nua planet's body, the patterns covered almost 80% of the surface of the body. There were even some gorgeous patterns on his palms and the back of his hands. It was just that the patterns on his face were more prominent. Moreover, Shui Yan's facial skin could hide the seal of chaos, but it could not hide the patterns on the divine body. However, other than Yun Nuashing himself, no one else seemed to know about this. After all, no one had ever taken off his clothes before. Usually, he would dress himself up impeccably. At most, he would only reveal his palms, neck, and face. If he was unhappy, he would transform into a white-clothed son of God, revealing only his face. Even his hands were hidden in his sleeves. Therefore, when everyone saw the pattern on his face, they were all stunned for a moment. Yan's slightly cold, jade-like hand slid down the pattern on his face until it touched Yun Nuashing's collar. She even pulled it down a little and saw a large piece of colorful pattern. Hey! Girl, let's talk nicely. Don't take off my clothes. If you want to take them off, wait until tonight. I will not resist. Yun Nuashing's handsome face turned red. He quickly jumped back and broke away from the hand that wanted to continue exploring. However, everyone was stunned for a moment. Jining and the others' faces were a little flushed, and they hurriedly turned their faces away. As for the Jin Queen and the other elders, they were laughing in a strange manner, while Yuan Shi and the others laughed out loud, causing Yun Nuashing's handsome face to turn red, and he quickly coughed dryly. Xian's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at him. This guy always said things that could cause misunderstandings, hastily waving his hand. Yun Nuashing took out a book with a black cover, a golden frame, and a golden diamond-shaped crystal inlaid in the middle from the eternal weapon he had just received. The book was very thick. It was estimated to be over 600 pages long. A very strange energy flowed through it. Yun Nuashing opened this book in his right hand, then handed it to the Jin Empress and the others. This book was different from other books. It did not have a full page of words or pictures. There were only some messy symbols in it. What surprised him was that he had never seen a book that could be used as a weapon. How could it be used? Was it to smash it in the face like a brick? Seeing this, the Golden Crown Princess took the black book with both hands. Her beautiful eyes scanned through it, then she frowned. She flipped through a few more pages, but found that every page was the same. It was filled with strange symbols that were hard to decipher. They did not look like charms or arrays. In their knowledge, there was nothing like this. Ah, this is a book of arrays. It's an antique, a product of ancient times. When the great elder of the Water Spirit Temple saw this black book, he laughed softly and walked forward. The Jean Empress raised her eyebrows and handed it to him. After the great elder of the Water Spirit Temple took it, he only gave it a cursory glance. Then he stretched it forward. Waves of energy gathered in his palm, then flowed into the black book. He stomped his feet on the ground, and a magic array appeared out of thin air. The complex and mysterious magic array lasted for a while. Under everyone's gaze, the magic array suddenly twisted. The lines inside changed. Although it was roughly the same as the original, many places were modified. The great elder of the Water Spirit Temple waved his hand and erased it. Then he activated the Book of Arrays. An extremely mysterious magic array appeared out of thin air in front of him. He did not even need to weave it. This magic array was countless times more complicated than the one that had just appeared. Except for the forbidden magic array in Yuan City, this was the most complicated magic array that Yun Nuashing had ever seen. With a wave of his hand, the magic array disappeared in front of him again. The great elder looked at the book with a smile, then handed it to Yun Nuashing. He said with a smile, "This is a very ancient product." In ancient times, there were many amazing geniuses who turned all the methods that they had learned in their lifetime. Shen skills, saint arts, secret techniques, all kinds of divine abilities into magic arrays. They used the magic arrays as records, hoping to refine it into a weapon so that it could display the ability to change. This idea was very beautiful, but it was very difficult to realize because it was too complicated. A person had learned so many things in his life, so it was even more difficult to refine them into a weapon. After countless years of transformation, those people changed the idea of refining them into weapons and made them self-contained. Thus, the Book of Arrays appeared. The quality of the Book of Arrays comes from the divine abilities that have been refined into it. It will strengthen all the divine abilities that have been recorded into it, including the magic arrays. The magic arrays that are displayed with the help of the Book of Arrays will be changed by the Book of Arrays, increasing their power by several times. However, using the magic arrays in the Book of Arrays is not very stable. The magic arrays in the Book of Arrays can be displayed at will. If you want to attack, you can attack. If you want to defend, you can defend. As for what kind of magic array is used, it's random. The power of will can change the type and power of the magic array displayed by the Book of Arrays. Receiving the black book from the great elder of Water Spirit Temple, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. He opened his evil spirit eye and looked at the Book of Arrays in his hand. However, it was difficult to see the structure of the book. After a glance, he chose to give up. However, he was very happy to receive a brand new weapon. Before this, he knew nothing about it. The Golden Hall was very quiet. The golden figure in his memory had disappeared. Perhaps it had disappeared along with the inheritance of the palace. Perhaps he would see it again in the future. Looking at the condition of his body, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. The 18 eternal weapons had caused the patterns to spread a lot. A high-level eternal weapon was equivalent to hundreds of high-level divine weapons. As for what the divine body of Yun Nuashing had become, he didn't know. He only felt that it was a little strange. The energy was constantly gathering in it, as if it was nurturing something. However, the heartless Yun Nuashing immediately put this matter aside and took everyone to walk around the palace. They looked around casually and only took one or two things after a long time. They even asked him about it, which made Yun Nuashing a little speechless. However, the Empress and the others didn't take a fancy to anything. As Emperor gods, they had a lot of savings. The savings in the Divine Palace were also very large. It was equivalent to the wealth of a few thousand Emperor gods. However, Yun Nuashing had already taken away the most precious things. Therefore, they didn't care about anything else. After walking around in a big circle, they unknowingly returned to the main hall. Everyone looked around the main hall. Yun Nuashing sat on the starry throne. He gently stroked the throne and felt a cool touch coming from his fingertips. This starry throne is probably made of extraordinary materials. I shouldn't be able to touch it now. Yun Nuashing had this feeling in his heart. Looking at the flowing starry sky, he felt that there was definitely something mysterious about this throne. However, he wasn't sure what it was. After walking around the main hall, everyone symbolically took some things and expressed that it was enough to buy the colored, glazed, divine crystal. Only then did they leave the palace. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the huge palace complex. There were definitely some places that they hadn't explored yet. After walking for so long and circling the same place twice, it couldn't be so small. There were definitely some places that were hidden. Let's talk about it in the future. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and put it away. He reckoned that the things that he hadn't come into contact with were probably at that level. He tidied up the small valley and restored everything here to its original state. He left the space seal intact. This was also a quiet place to hide from the world. In the future, they could come here for gatherings. During the tidying up, Yun Nuashing discovered that the realms of Xian and the others had actually reached the second seal of the demon realm. This made him astonished. Something wasn't right. He had only gone into seclusion for 1.5 months. How could their realms have skyrocketed? Teacher has been preaching to us and guiding our cultivation. Coincidentally, little star, your cultivation energy overflowed when we were on the black cauldron, so... Jining smiled and stuck out her tongue. I understand, I know, I understand. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and nodded. Then he laughed involuntarily. While crying and laughing, everyone could advance to the next level legitimately. Well, he didn't even dare to advance. His realm had been suppressed at the first seal of the demon realm. Ji secretly returned the treasure map to him. Before going into seclusion, he gave the treasure map to this girl and asked her to find the divine flame she liked. Now, she also secretly said that she liked one. As a result, in the divine prefecture, he could only wait for a while to help her collect it. Don't tell Sister Jining and the others. What Ji whispered. Okay. I got it. Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. He also didn't understand why he had to hide this from Jining and the others. After 4 hours of tidying up, everyone was ready. Yun Nuashing had been waiting in front of the array for a long time. A cute little tiger was lying on his head with its tail behind his head. Because his hair was too colorful and Little White was too bright, if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice that there was a little thing on his head. When Yun Nuashing turned around, he saw dozens of emperor gods waiting for him. He was so scared that he jumped back and almost jumped into the array. He was sure that their group was the most ostentatious. Leaving aside the Mountain King and the other 5 emperor gods and Anueshin's group, there were more than 20 emperor gods and 8 divine kings with eternal weapons. If this group of people didn't go out, they would probably think that they were going to destroy a family. Among the group of young people, except for Yun Nuashing, everyone was very excited. They clamored to see the big scene and the big shots. Only Yun Nuashing's handsome face paled a little when he heard the words "a sea of people." He almost knelt on the ground. Seeing that he was so weak as if he was going to be executed, Xian and Feng didn't retreat. They supported him on both sides so that he wouldn't fall down halfway. As the group walked into the array began to emit light. Then, the array began to operate. With a brilliant flash of light, everyone disappeared. 6 thatched cottages, a waterfall, and a loft. It was as if nothing had happened when Yun Nuashing and the others stepped into the teleportation array. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes slightly. However, this dazzling light only lasted for about 10 seconds. When the white light that filled their vision weakened slightly, the warm sunlight sprinkled down from the sky. They took a deep breath. A gentle autumn wind blew in their faces. The cool touch made everyone feel refreshed. However, just as Yun Nuashing opened his eyes, an extremely ear-piercing noise that was like a demonic sound drilled into his ears from all directions, causing everyone to abruptly cover their ears. Yun Nuashing was even dizzy from the noise. His eyes suddenly opened. After a few seconds of adjusting to the strong light, Yun Nuashing saw a blue sky and a city wall. To be precise, they were on top of the city wall. The surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. When they saw the group of people suddenly appear here, they trembled and raised their spears. Below the city wall, there was an endless stretch of buildings. The city was filled with black heads. The city wall was considered a very high place in the city. At a glance, one could take in more than half of the city. In the city, there were many tall buildings. The tops of these buildings were much higher than the city wall. They blocked the view of the city behind them. "Is this Starfall City?" Yun Nuashing asked softly as he looked at the soldiers who were looking at them with vigilance and fear. "Yes. Are you here to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering?" When the soldier saw that they did not seem to have any ill intentions, his fear dissipated slightly. This group of people was teleported here. Obviously, they had extraordinary strength. However, there was still some vigilance in his eyes. He was worried that they were here to cause trouble. When he saw Yun Nuashing nodding, the soldier heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands and said, "Starfall City was already overcrowded 10 days ago. We had no choice but to limit the number of people who can enter each day. If you want to find a place to stay, you can go to the heaven-facing residence in the north of the city. The restaurant there has a space array. It is said that it can accommodate a city full of people. However, the price there is also very expensive." "Thank you for the information." Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and returned the gesture. Then he looked at the Golden Princess and the others. It was not his turn to lead the team on this trip. "Little Star will lead the team. Let's go." However, in the next second, the Golden Princess's laughter was like a hammer that slammed him into the city wall. "Go, go, go. Let's go to the heaven-facing residence first. Later, we will go to the city to visit an old friend." The Fire God Shrine's Great Elder laughed out loud. The Water God Shrine's Great Elder was even more straightforward. With a wave of his hand, a magic array appeared and took them away from the city wall. The soldiers were stunned. They coughed dryly and continued to look at the bottom of the city wall with their sharp eyes, pretending that they did not see anything. Chapter 565. The heaven-facing residence was the largest in Starfall City. It was also the largest restaurant and had the most luxurious loft. This place used to be a majestic ancient mountain. Later on, this ancient mountain was used as the foundation to build the most luxurious inn. The space of this area was distorted by a space array. Although it was only the size of a mountain, it was as if a mountain range had been developed into a small world. The loft that was based on the ancient mountain was divided into many levels. The number of lofts and courtyards decreased with each level. The higher the level, the more magnificent and dazzling the buildings were. Correspondingly, the prices were also ridiculously expensive. At the top level, there was only a very spacious courtyard. It was also one of the highest places in Starfall City. Standing on it and walking around, one would be able to see the entire Starfall City. One could truly understand what it meant to have a bird's eye view of all mountains. At the top level, only the most prominent people were qualified to stay there. Other than the loft that was built near the mountain, there were also many courtyards and lofts. In that space array, the person who could afford such a large sum of money was also very powerful. Not far from the heaven-facing residence, there was a very spacious villa built in Starfall City. It occupied a very large area and also had a space array. The area that one could see was only a small part of it. A dense bamboo forest surrounded the villa, making it look like a hidden place. If Yun Nuashing and Jin Jinwang were here, they would definitely recognize this place. Ju Yuan Villa. This was also the place where the Taiyuan Grand Assembly was held this time. This mysterious force was spread across every corner of the god realm. Even the transcendental forces did not dare to provoke them. However, this time they had joined forces with the phaseless sect to hold this Taiyuan Grand Assembly. The heaven-facing residence was not far from Ju Yuan Villa. It was 2 streets away. This was also an absolutely prosperous area in Starfall City. People who were active here had all kinds of identities. At this moment, Yun Nuashing and her group descended from the sky and arrived at the heaven-facing residence. Although there were many people at the entrance, this place was relatively close to the center of the city. It was slightly to the north of the city and was very far from the 4 main entrances. Therefore, the flow of people was not to the point where they could walk shoulder to shoulder. However, it was still very dense. This group of people all had extraordinary temperaments. Each of them had a strong aura, deep and unfathomable. Of course, it was the Golden Princess and the others. The moment they stepped into the heaven-approaching inn, Yun Nuashing stood at the front, with Ziyan and Feng'er on both sides. There was also a group of Emperor God experts. They were awe-inspiring and attracted a lot of attention. However, most people knew that this group of people was not to be trifled with, so they hurriedly shifted their gazes away. Therefore, it was very funny that no one recognized them. There were 2 passageways in the celestial residence. One led to the mountain range with the space magic array, and the other led to the real celestial residence. Yun Nuashing and the rest walked towards the latter passageway. Those who could live in the celestial residence were symbols of status. Those without status might not be able to enter, even if they were willing to pay the price. As for ordinary high-level gods, they could only stay for 1 or 2 days occasionally. Sleeping for 1 night was equivalent to sacrificing a few pounds of flesh. After passing through a corridor, they came to the main hall. The decoration was extremely luxurious. Even Yun Nuashing, who was picky, could not help but praise it. There were many people in the main hall. Half of them were the people who lived in the celestial residence, and the other half were the attendants of the celestial residence. When Yun Nuashing and the rest walked in aggressively, they shocked many people. For a moment, even the attendants did not dare to approach them. After a while, a very beautiful attendant walked forward hesitantly. Her gaze fell on Yun Nuashing, who was in the center and in the front. She said respectfully, "May I know how to address you, young master?" "My surname is Yin." Yun Nuashing smiled slightly, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Many attendants in the main hall secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that this group of people was here to cause trouble. "Young Master Yin, please take a seat." The attendant smiled and led Yun Nuashing and the rest to a place to sit. She then took out a crystal and handed it to Yun Nuashing, saying, "This is the location of the remaining courtyards and lofts and the price list. Please take a look, young Master Yin." Yun Nuashing glanced at it, then passed it to the Golden Princess. He had never been here before, so he was a little confused. However, he more or less understood everything with just one glance. The celestial residence had a total of 81 floors. The top floor was the celestial residence, which occupied an area of 10,000 feet. Moreover, there was only one palace, and it was not open to the public. It also indicated that no one lived there. On the second floor, there were only 2 courtyards and lofts. On the third floor, there were 3, and so on. There was a total of 81 floors. The higher the floor, the better it was. Moreover, they were all independent courtyards that could accommodate dozens of people. However, the price made him shudder. Even if he was rich, if he lived on the second floor for a month, he would lose weight. "Little star, do you want to live on the top floor?" The Golden Princess glanced at the crystal, then looked at Yun Nuashing and asked with a smile, "I'm fine with anything." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. It did not matter where he lived as long as it was peaceful and quiet. There were too many people in the city. When he walked out, he felt that his spirit was constantly evaporating. He still needed a quiet place to recuperate. All right, then we'll live on the top floor. The golden princess smiled and nodded. Her jade-like hand was placed under the jade hanging on her earlobe. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly, sensing something. Hearing the conversation between the two, the maidservant was shocked. Mei Mao looked at the group of people with uncertainty. She could not see through almost half of them. Moreover, their temperaments were extraordinary. It was obvious that they were people from powerful forces. She had received many people from powerful forces in the past few days, but no one had said with such confidence that they wanted to live on the top floor. After a while, the golden princess took out a golden token from her earlobe. She even drew a circle on the token with her jade-like finger and handed it to the maidservant along with the crystal. She smiled and said, "Little girl, I know that you can't make the decision alone. Take this token with you and let someone who can make the decision take a look. Once they see it, they will understand." The maidservant took the token and took a look at it. Her delicate body trembled. Mei Mao's eyes widened. Then she looked at the few people in shock and quickly bowed. "Senior, please wait for a moment." After that, she rushed into the hall. Yun Nuashing was confused. He looked at the golden princess. The latter just smiled elegantly and rubbed his head out of habit. "This price is so expensive. Staying on the second floor for a day costs 1,000 caddies of celestial grade Shin crystals." Xian was shocked when he saw the price list. "Yes, I will go bankrupt if I stay here for 10,000 years. Yun Nuashing nodded seriously. Yao Hua and the others were speechless. Flaunting wealth. Blatant flaunting wealth. The people around them heard that this group of people was just sitting quietly on the sofa and looking around as if it was their first time here. Some people frowned slightly. However, when they saw the bored expressions of the golden princess and the others, they were puzzled. They did not know the identity of this group of people. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. He shrunk his body and hid behind the golden princess and the others. When they saw the annoyed look on his face, they could not help but laugh in their hearts. This little guy hated interacting with people so much. It seemed that they had to find time to help him overcome this psychological problem. A few minutes later, the maidservant rushed back and stood in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. She bowed respectfully and said, "Young Master Yun, everyone, please follow me." Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief, stood up from the sofa and followed the maid. The others also followed unhurriedly, and the group of people passed through a door under the gazes of countless people and walked up the white jade stairs that led to the sky. "Let's go and have a look." The people in the lobby were very curious. They had also heard the conversation just now and knew that this group of people was going to live on the top floor of the celestial residence. They were very curious to see if they had actually stayed there. The white jade staircase led from the bottom to the top. Behind the staircase was the building in the lobby. Even if one lived on the 81st floor, they could still see the vastness of Starfall City when they turned around and looked into the distance. However, it was definitely not as magnificent as the view from the top floor. At the top of the white jade stairs, a magnificent palace appeared in everyone's sight. It was also one of the highest places in Starfall City. At this time, many people from other floors came out. They seemed to have heard the sound and ran out curiously. They watched Yun Nuashing and the others walk up the white jade stairs. Not long after, they arrived at the top floor of the celestial residence. The maidservant bowed respectfully and then handed the token back. Yun Nuashing wanted to return it to the golden princess, but the latter forced it into his hands. He smiled bitterly. He did not know what this token was, for the residence lord said that we can stay as long as we want. All the food and drinks are free. The maidservant said respectfully, causing many people below to suck in a breath of cold air. They actually stayed there. "Huh, I thought that brat would throw us out." The great elder of the fire god shrine laughed loudly. The maidservant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She did not dare to ask anything and quickly left. The palace was extremely magnificent. There were courtyards, pavilions, and a small forest decorated the place. The elegant and quiet environment was very pleasant. Faint clouds lingered as if they were above the clouds. On the top floor of the main hall, Yun Nuashing stood on the highest floor and looked down at the city below. The lights were brilliant and there was a huge amount of people. Even if he could not hear the sound, he could feel the liveliness there. Here, a light voice sounded behind him, causing Yun Nuashing to turn his head. Seeing Empress Jean walking up the stairs behind him, he could not help but be stunned. On her graceful and noble yet easy-going and calm, pretty face, there was a moving smile. "Sister, is the resident's lord an acquaintance?" Yun Nuashing turned his head back and hugged his knees. He looked down at the bustling city below. The sky was slightly dark and the city was lit up with candlelight. It was as if it was daytime. "Not really an acquaintance. I know him. At our level, as long as we're not in a hostile state and there is no clear conflict, we can sit down and drink tea with a greeting." The Golden Princess smiled and sat down beside him. Her two slender legs hung in the air and swayed leisurely. "Those two girls asked me to come up and take a look." The Golden Princess looked at his calm face and smiled faintly. "I'm probably different from most people. When I'm in a crowd, other than the people I know, other places will consume my energy. Most of the time, I like to be alone and calm down, recuperating by myself." Yun Nuashing said faintly. Then he let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he felt a warm little hand caressing his head. Introverted. There are many people like this in the world. Don't think too much. Just do what you want. If you don't want to do it, we won't force you. The Golden Princess looked at him with a faint smile. Her Mei Mao seemed to be able to see through him. After staring at her for a while, Yun Nuashing's heart trembled. He was defeated and lowered his head. This made the Golden Princess smile even more happily. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing looked at her seriously and said, "I will go. It's a promise." The Golden Princess was stunned. Mei Mao stared at him closely. Yun Nuashing also gritted his teeth and looked straight at her. The Golden Princess smiled bitterly for a while and nodded. She could not persuade this little fool. After sitting for a while, the Golden Princess stood up and left. Before she left, she even pinched Yun Nuashing's cheeks, which made him a little depressed. However, after a while, 2 light footsteps sounded behind him. Yun Nuashing was stunned. However, he did not turn around. He could roughly guess who it was. Then, 2 soft bodies sat down close to him. The 3 of them did not speak. They just quietly watched the setting sun. Perhaps it was because he felt that there was no place to put his hands, or perhaps it was because the burning sky was very beautiful. Yun Nuashing was moved by the scene. He wrapped his hands around the 2 women's slender waists, which made the 2 women tremble. The pinnacle of life. Yun Nuashing nodded. The sudden laughter caused the 2 of them to blush slightly. Sister Jean and the others have all gone out. They said that they are going to visit an old friend. There is a lake beside the Lintian residence. I heard that the night view there is good. Do you want to go for a walk? Xian looked up and smiled at the handsome face that was brimming with smiles. Sure. With 2 beauties accompanying me, why not? Yun Nuashing chuckled. Then he felt both of his earlobes being gently bitten. A numbing sensation spread throughout his body like an electric current, almost causing him to fall. Chapter 566. When Yun Nuashing returned to the main hall, Yao Hua and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Only in Lixin and Jingyu were left. The others seemed to have gone out to play. Starfall City was extremely bustling at night. It was brightly lit, and the streets were lit up. It was as if a fire was being passed on. The night was equally noisy and lively. Not far from the heaven-facing residence, in the true center of Starfall City, there was a lake. Nominally, it belonged to the heaven-facing residence. But because of this lake, there were many shops of various sizes. It was also one of the busiest places at night. There were many pavilions on the lake, as well as long corridors of different styles. There were also many pleasure boats and small boats floating on the lake. These pavilions, corridors, and pleasure boats were all filled with people, and endless chatter could be heard. The banquet here was provided by the Heaven Ascension residents, and just by looking at the ingredients used in the immortal banquet, it was unknown how much the banquet would cost. On the island at the center of the lake, mist rose in spirals, and the sound of a zither filled the air from the brilliant smoke, like waves of celestial music. There was also a group of blurry figures dancing gracefully in the air, their graceful dance causing people to exclaim in admiration, and many people even felt their blood boil, wishing that they could blow away the smoke and see the appearance of the group of fairies. Yuan Shi and the rest came here too? Yun Nuashing looked at the lively place from the shore and asked the person beside him. Yes, they said they came here first to take a seat. The first thing they did was to look around here. After that, they will go to other places. Xian smiled faintly. Luxurious, too luxurious. TSK, KSK. Even a miser like me feels heartache. Looking at the tables full of heavenly banquets, as well as the extravagant pleasure boats and jade boats, all of which were arranged by the heaven-facing residents, he felt an inexplicable heartache. At this time, there were many people on the shore. They were all preparing to board the pavilions or pleasure boats. Many people in luxurious clothes could not help but laugh when they heard this. Little brother, you're really interesting. Who would care about that little bit of money when they come to this place? It seems like your identities aren't simple. Why are you standing on the shore? Could it be that you haven't found a suitable spot? When Yun Nuashing heard the laughter, she couldn't help but chuckle. Then she lowered her head and looked at their attire. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she had changed into a set of luxurious robes before leaving. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called poor. Since you guys have arrived at the Heart Lake, if you still haven't found a spot, why don't you follow us? A group of people couldn't help but laugh out loud. There were more than 10 young men and women in the group. They all had extraordinary auras, especially the man in the lead. At first glance, one could tell that he was a disciple of some great aristocratic family. Their eyes were blazing as they looked towards Yun Nuashing's side. Femme fatale, femme fatale. The 4 of you together will bring disaster to the country and the people. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Xian and the others. He was also convinced. Every time he entered the city, such a scene would happen. He was almost numb to it now. Hearing this, Xian and Feng Er rolled their eyes at him, and Yuexin and Feng Er, on the other hand, chuckled. The 2 of them didn't want to bicker with a group of young people. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and smiled at that person. Then she led Xian and the others to stroll along the lakeside. How should I address you? When the young man saw that Yun Nuashing and the others ignored his words, he frowned slightly and quickly followed with his people. When he arrived in front of Yun Nuashing, he said softly, Yun. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. Since someone was blocking her path, she couldn't just brush him away. However, when she saw the look in his eyes, she couldn't help but feel very unhappy. Say it. Say what's in your heart. There's no need to beat around the bush. Yun Nuashing sighed softly. This one would like to invite Brother Yun and the fairies for a chat on the boat. The young man looked at him in surprise and smiled faintly. On the boat? Are you sure it's not on the bed? Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at him meaningfully. However, there was a black line hanging down between her eyebrows. Xian and Feng Er's beautiful faces turned red. Their jade-like hands pinched Yun Nuashing fiercely behind her back, causing her to fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. When the young man heard this, he was clearly stunned. Even the people behind him were stunned. Soon after, they all laughed out loud. Snow Python, this guy is really straightforward. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and simply ignored this group of people. He lifted his feet and continued to walk forward. He boasted that his mentality was still considered stable. If he continued to chat, he might explode. Once he did, the lakeside would probably explode as well. Therefore, in order to avoid such a thing from happening, he decided to slip away. The young man called Snow Python had just recovered from his awkward expression when he saw that Yun Nuashing and the others had already walked far away. His gaze couldn't help but become gloomy. He gritted his teeth fiercely and actually chased after the latter and the others again. This caused the group of people beside him to be stunned. It seemed that this guy was really tempted. It was no wonder. The 4 women were all as beautiful as fairies and had different temperaments. When they walked together, it was already a splendid scene. However, the young man with the colorful hair clearly didn't want to be disturbed. Watch carefully. Pull Snow Python back before he causes trouble. Those who can enter and leave the Heart Lake are not simple people. It's better not to cause trouble. The man who laughed out loud and said too straightforwardly also said softly. His sharp gaze looked at the group of people, and he frowned slightly. Okay. The people beside him responded and then quickly followed. Feeling that someone was catching up behind him, the veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead bulged. He quickly took out a jade slip and found Yuan Shi's soul power. He quickly transmitted his voice. Yuan Shi, where are you? If you're on the Heart Lake, set off a firework in the sky. If you're not, then don't. Little Star, you're here too? I thought you didn't like these occasions, so we left first. Sai, you should have told us to wait for you. On the pleasure boat, Yuan Shi put down his wine cup in surprise. He then walked to the edge of the boat and transmitted his voice again. We're on the largest pleasure boat. I'm on the edge. Yun Nuashing put away the jade slip and looked towards the center of the lake. Just as he was about to fly up, the Snow Python blocked him again, causing his handsome face to darken. Brother Yin, please wait. I'm Snow Python, a direct disciple of the Snow Immortal Sect. May I know who you are? The Snow Python politely cupped his hands, causing Yun Nuashing, whose face couldn't get any darker, to be stunned. Even Zian and the other 3, as well as Mei Mao, were surprised. Snow Immortal Sect? Was it that Snow Immortal Sect? Snow Immortal Sect? The Snow Immortal Sect in the extreme north of the Taiyuan region, close to the North Ice Realm? Yun Nuashing looked at him in surprise. Big Sister Jean had told him all those things. It seemed to be a force created by his grandmother or great-grandmother. The Snow Python was taken aback by the sudden change in the expressions of the people from Yun Nua planet. However, it was immediately overjoyed as it thought that its identity had taken effect. It hurriedly nodded and said with a warm smile, "That's right. The Snow Goddess sect is the only sect in the divine realm." Yun Nuashing looked at him and asked, "The people from the Snow Immortal sect are also here. Does that mean that you are also participating in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering?" Of course. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering is not just a simple gathering in the Taiyuan region. It is said that people from the demon world and the monster world will be coming. So many elders of the Snow Immortal sect are here. The sect master is also here. He is on the 3rd floor of the Heaven's arrival residence. The Snow Python smiled and nodded. Aye, Yun Nuashing nodded, then looked at him indifferently. Seeing that he seemed to want to say something, he said, "If there is anything, let's talk about it in the grand gathering the day after tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he gently nodded his head. He waved his hand and flew towards the largest pleasure boat in Lin Xen Lake. Behind him, Zian and the others also followed. When they left, the Snow Python's companions also followed. Seeing that his face couldn't be any darker, the young man frowned and said indifferently, "Snow Python, you didn't cause any trouble, right?" "No, but young Master Qing, he didn't give you face." The Snow Python said coldly, staring ahead with a gloomy gaze. He took a deep breath, then suddenly exhaled, as if he wanted to spit out the anger in his heart. The young man called young Master Qing only glanced at him indifferently. His gaze was fixed in the direction of Yun Nuashing and the others. When he saw that they had landed on the largest pleasure boat in the lake and were talking with the people inside, his eyes flickered slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and said indifferently, "Snow Python, I suggest that you keep your thoughts to yourself. They are the people who have stepped onto the top floor of the Heaven's Arrival residence today." When the Snow Python heard this, his body trembled slightly, and he looked at him in disbelief. When he saw that the young man was staring at one place, he followed his gaze and saw that on the largest pleasure boat there were a few people standing there. He immediately knew that what the young man said was true. After Yun Nuashing and the others boarded the largest pleasure boat, they saw many people they didn't know. However, they were chatting with Yao Hua and the others. Their voices were calm, as if they were dealing with him, which made him feel a little confused. This pleasure boat allows the people on the top floor and the second floor of the Heaven's Arrival residence to board. When we came up, the people from the 2 courtyards on the second floor were already there. Yao Hua and the others had changed their clothes before they came out, so they couldn't recognize them. That's why they looked like that. They were all trying to get information. Yuan, she explained softly when he saw his confusion. However, the other side forced themselves to come up. For the time being, it's still peaceful. Qin Yan also said softly, "Well, it's fine as long as nothing happened. They can handle it themselves." Yun Nuashing shrugged and found a place to sit down in the corner. On the small island in the middle of the lake, Yun Nuashing had just sat down when the fairies hidden in the fog finished their dance. Many people started clapping and praising the performance. However, the fog didn't disperse from the beginning to the end. Instead, it became much denser and covered the figures inside. However, the sound of the zither didn't stop. It was quite peaceful and lively. Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and looked at the fog below. He sighed softly. Suddenly, he felt 2 pairs of eyes looking at him. He couldn't help but turn around. He saw that Xian and Feng were looking at him with the same action. They were holding their cheeks with their jade-like hands and had stunning smiles on their faces. One on the left and one on the right. Yun Nuashing's heart felt a little warm. "Little star, don't you drink?" Xian held a wine glass with both hands and handed it to him. A faint aroma of wine lingered in the air. The wine in the celestial restaurant was quite high-end. Just a sniff was enough to make one drunk. The smell entered Yun Nuashing's nose, causing his handsome face to wrinkle. That sour feeling was enough to torture him to death. Rumble! Suddenly, a faint roar sounded in the sky. At first, it didn't sound like much, and they thought it was the sound of the zither. However, as the sound grew louder and louder, it seemed that even the pleasure boat began to shake. The roar echoed in the sky like thunder, as if something was flying over from afar. "Look, the sky!" There were noisy exclamations outside, followed by panicked voices. The commotion outside was naturally noticed by Yun Nuashing and the others. They hurriedly rushed out of the pleasure boat and raised their heads. Then they saw a row of meteorites. A row of black meteorites falling from the sky. The black meteorites were arranged in a row. There were more than 20 of them, and all of them carried with them a destructive force. They fell from the sky, leaving a long trail of black flames in the sky. The space around the trail exploded. Dozens of black meteorites streaked across the sky and passed over Starfall City. That terrifying force caused everyone in the city to raise their heads. When they saw the row of black meteorites, their expressions changed drastically. The meteorites flew to the end of the horizon, and the flames from the explosion lit up the night sky. After a while, the terrifying explosion swept through the entire Starfall City like a storm. At that moment, many people rushed into the sky and flew out of Starfall City. In an instant, chaos filled the entire Starfall City. Those who wanted to watch naturally included the people on Linqin Lake. Even the people from the major forces couldn't hold back their curiosity and rushed to the place where the meteorites fell. "Come back!" In the pleasure boat, The two groups of people on the second floor had already left. When Yao Hua and the others saw this, they wanted to rush out as well. However, they heard a shout. When they saw Yun Nuashing staring at them, they knew that the person was calling for them. "What's wrong?" Everyone quickly asked. Yun Nuashing shook his head, then took a deep breath and said, "Those are not meteorites. Don't go and watch." Chapter 5:67. Since the guests are here, there will naturally be someone to welcome them. It's not our turn to deliver our heads. Uft. Yun Nuashing smiled and took a sip from the cup on the table. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he spat out the liquid with a puff. "How is this F***king wine?" Cough, cough. Yun Nuashing coughed until his handsome face turned red and he saw stars. He was out of breath, and his lungs were about to be coughed out. "Little star, you're taking my cup." Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She patted his back with her jade hand. This guy was probably used to taking the cups in front of him. If it wasn't his, it was hers or Feng, Er's or little Yishi's. He didn't care at all. Guests? What guests? Yuan, she held back his laughter, patted his shoulder and hurriedly asked. Cough, cough. They're people from the demon world. Phew, when the meteorite flew over my head, I clearly felt that part of my body become active. It made me feel a little uncomfortable, so I know. Yun Nuashing took a long breath and rolled his eyes at Xian. Then he said, "Moreover, I've felt that unique life force once. I can't be wrong." Everyone was speechless. Last time, he sensed it in the secret realm. At that time, he caught a demon powerhouse. Then what about us? Everyone asked again. Us? Go back to sleep. I think the Divine King and Sister Jean have already gone. After all, we don't want to cause trouble for the 9 divine temples. Or do you want me to use the falling sky strike from here and the netherworld sword from 1,000,000 miles away to take care of all of them? Yun Nuashing smiled and took a sip of tea. This time, he was finally able to take a sip. His last sentence was a bit of a joke, but everyone rolled their eyes. They all knew that when this guy said this, it meant that he was confident that he could split the person in half with a single sword strike. People from the demon world? I wonder if the people from the demon realm have also arrived. Lei Lang raised his head and let out a long sigh. A burst of thunder and lightning sounded. Which side will you stand on when the time comes? Yun Nuashing looked at them and asked with a faint smile. We'll follow Phoenix. And Lexin rolled her eyes at him, which made Yun Nuashing smile. It wasn't that she didn't trust them. She was just asking casually. Yun Nuashing smiled and raised his cup. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Although they knew that he was drinking tea, they still took their own cups and clinked them. They laughed in unison and said, "Cheers! Drink to your heart's content. It's been a long time since I got drunk." Yuanshi laughed and poured all the wine in the pot into his mouth. A lot of wine fell on his face and clothes. Everyone laughed boldly. Even the girls were drinking freely. Seeing Xian, Feng, and Yishi competing with each other, Yun Nuashing shuddered. "Hey, brother, you're drinking tea. It doesn't count, it doesn't. Come on, fill it up. Fill it up." Nightmare took a big gulp and suddenly pointed at Yun Nuashing and shouted, "Whoosh!" As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to him. Those pairs of eyes that were glowing made Yun Nuashing feel so scared that his chopsticks fell on the table. That bottle is bigger. It hasn't been opened yet. Just pour it in." Yuan, she shouted and took a pot of wine. He opened it and took a sniff. Then he grinned. His white teeth seemed to be cold. Cough. "You all know that I don't drink. If you want me to drink that, why don't you just slap me until I pass out?" Yun Nuashing quickly waved his hand, but he saw that Xian and Feng, Er's faces were red. Mei Mao was staring at him with some evil intentions. Slap him until he passes out. Slap him until he passes out, then make him drunk. Make him drunk. Slap him until he passes out. Xiao Bai, who was sitting on the chair, laughed loudly. His legs were shaking the chair, and his face was red. It was obvious that he was drunk. Don't come over. Seeing that everyone was closing in on him, Yun Nuashing's handsome face turned pale. He kept retreating. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. With the last bit of hope, he quickly raised his hands and shouted, "I can't sleep. I can't sleep either." "It's okay. Zian, Xin, and Jinyu are all here. Don't worry, Xingxing." Feng burped. Her face was so red that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Her bright and beautiful eyes were in a daze. "Why are you all letting go? Resist the urge to get drunk." After a while, Yun Nuashing finally escaped from the claws of those demons. He ran to the edge of the boat, sighed, and looked at the shore. At this time, there was no one in the lake. It seemed that everyone had gone to watch the show. Even the beautiful music had stopped. Are they all gone? The people of the demon world have arrived. It seems that the day after tomorrow will not be too peaceful. Looking back, Yun Nuashing saw that everyone was drunk. He sighed helplessly. He stamped his feet, and a magic array appeared under his feet. He disappeared from the boat with everyone. In the palace, Yun Nuashing sent them back to their rooms one by one with great difficulty. Only then did he clap his hands and walk back to his room. Just as he sat on his bed, his eyes flickered slightly. He walked to the balcony and opened his evil spirit eye, looking at the place outside the city. As his attainments in array formations increased, the distance he could see with his evil spirit eye also increased. Found it. A few minutes later, he saw the place where the meteorite had landed. Black flames shot up into the sky, turning the entire mountain range into a sea of fire. The rising black smoke filled his entire line of sight. In front of him, there was a group of human masters covering the entire sky. He also saw the Golden Queen and the others on the Yun Nua star. There were many human masters present, including many high-level gods, but he could not see through their cultivation. He looked around. The wood elements even rushed into his eyes and into the magic array. Yun Nuashing didn't see anyone in the black smoke, nor did he see any breath of life. He was at a loss. No one? Empty air? Yun Nuashing was confused, but he still patiently observed. He did feel a wave of vitality, seeing the black flames that soared into the sky burning a mountain range. The sky was filled with black smoke. He really wanted to curse. "Can't you put out the fire first?" After waiting for 2 hours, there was still no movement. Even Yun Nuashing was dozing off. It was not until another 2 hours passed that the black fire was about to extinguish that the human clan experts there slowly retreated. This made him very speechless. There were 2 light bulbs around. Was it easy for me? Crack. Suddenly, the sound of a door closing came from behind, startling Yun Nuashing. He hurriedly closed his evil spirit eye and turned around to see Zi Yin leisurely walking in from the door. The luminous pearls on the wall illuminated her crimson face. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Yun Nuashing's heart tightened. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing asked with concern. He hurried over to support the girl so that she wouldn't fall to the ground. "Little Xingxing." Zi Yin shook her head. Her dazed eyes stared blankly at the handsome young man in front of her. A fiery passion surged in her heart, and her breath that was like the fragrance of orchids blew on his face. "Don't drink so much, girl." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly when he smelled the alcohol. He reached out and carried her to the door. Zi Yan's dazed and beautiful eyes saw the door again. She seemed to understand that Yun Nuashing wanted to send her back to her room. Her jade-like hand quickly patted the door, and then she looked at him again. A trace of clarity flashed through her blurry eyes, but she just opened her small mouth and breathed. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the jade-like hand on the door. Then he laughed bitterly and nodded. He turned around and walked back to the bed. He placed her on the bed and gently covered her with the blanket. "Little star!" Before Yun Nuashing could stand up, Zian's soft arms wrapped around his neck like a snake, causing him to be startled. An alluring, fragrant wind that carried the smell of wine blew past. After that, a crimson-red face suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes, and a pair of tender and alluring red lips suddenly imprinted themselves on his mouth. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened in astonishment. His eyeballs trembled slightly. He also felt a small tongue pushing against his teeth. "Next time, I'll have to control the amount of alcohol you drink." Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said this in his heart. His handsome face also flushed red. His hand stiffly hugged that hot, tender body as he responded somewhat clumsily. No, he was being taken by Z, and the night was pleasant. Outside the quiet palace, the sound of insects chirping could be heard. The environment was elegant. The clear moonlight fell on the two bodies that were glued to each other like glue. After a long time, Zien seemed to have fallen asleep. Her delicate body softened, and her snake-like, jade-like arms also loosened. Yun Nuashing also understood. He gently put her down and covered her with the quilt. His colorful eyes looked at Ziyan's delicate, sleeping face. He couldn't help but let out a faint laugh. He touched his feverish face and walked to the balcony to sit down. The clear moonlight shone on his colorful figure. The cool night breeze couldn't calm his restless body. His heart was beating like thunder. Perhaps it was because of the heart of earth, but his heartbeat was especially loud. "Little star, could it be that you—" Ziya's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Yun Nuashing was startled. After a moment, he let out a long breath and said, "What? It can't be that you can't do that, right?" Z, you seemed to be very surprised as he said something that shocked Yun Nuashing even more. Countless black lines appeared on his handsome face. "Damn you!" Yun Nuashing cursed angrily and almost flipped the table over. "I'm really curious. Such an outstanding beauty sent herself to you when she was drunk, waiting for you to pluck her. You actually... Could it be because we're in your soul? Do you want us to block it?" Z Yi exclaimed. Two veins popped out on Yun Nuashing's forehead. Then he laughed bitterly and said, "If I really didn't have any reaction, then there's really a problem. But no matter what, I'm still a proper young man. Do you know how painful it is for me to hold it in? Then what are you holding it in for? Did that little girl make you hold it in?" Z Yi was also very angry. Yun Nuashing fell silent. The redness on his handsome face had yet to fade. He raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. There seemed to be a wisp of black smoke rising from the distant horizon. Looking at the bright moon, Yun Nuashing sighed heavily. "Do you know who I am?" Z Yi was stunned. Wasn't that what the golden figure had said? "How would I know who you are? You're not that stupid little star. Could it be that you have another identity?" Yun Nuashing shook his head and sighed. "I don't know. It's precisely because I don't know. That's why I'm like this. I won't do anything to Ziyan, because if I really do that, regardless of whether I accept her in my heart or not, I will force myself to accept her and keep her by my side forever. Now, I'm also trying to change myself. Before I change my own heart, I can't do that. I can't give her an uncertain future." Yun Nuashing said gently. "Future? I think your future is already very good. Look, you're the successor of the gods. You have the spiritual godly body, and you have the 9 divine temples behind you. Which girl are you not good enough for? Tell me, who are you not good enough for?" Z Yi was also a little puzzled. She roughly knew where the knot in Yun Nuashing's heart was. It would probably be very difficult for her to untie it. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He still wanted to say something, but Z Yi interrupted him. "Don't talk about being homeless. She's a girl who has already gone on a trip with you and made the world her home. What are you still dissatisfied with?" Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. He really wanted to say this. Chapter 568. The luminous pearls in the room emitted a bright light, making the night seem less dark. Yun Nuashing sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the girl sleeping on the soft bed. He let out a long sigh, filled with complex emotions. After a long time, he looked away, holding a book in his hand that he hadn't read. Feelings can't be forced. This girl said that she would wait for you for a lifetime. I know about your situation, and because I know I'm so angry, I want to split your heart and dig it out to see if there's someone hiding inside. Zai said helplessly, I'm not sure about the chains of the heart, but I've seen some records in a pile of books from the mythological era. I only know that it can seal feelings, but it doesn't say how to break the seal. However, I don't see any seals on your body. Anyway, I'll find a way to solve the problem on your body. As for you, you have to promise me that if you really fall in love one day, you'll hug that girl tightly at once. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Xian didn't stop talking, fighting for Xian. In her opinion, no one was more suitable to be Yun Nuoxing's other half than Xian. He was such a strong lunatic, and it wasn't easy for him to meet someone who could take care of him. How could she let her go just like that? Yes, I understand. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He would do that even if she didn't say it. Looking at Xian sleeping soundly with a blush on her pretty face, Yun Nuoxing's heart tightened a little. The two of them were very close to each other, so close that he could reach her if he stretched out his hand a little longer. However, this little distance was like a river of stars. They were clearly in front of each other, but they couldn't touch each other. Sometimes Yun Nuoxing even felt that this girl should be living in his heart. She knew him better than he knew himself and could always help him at critical moments. However, when he asked himself, he could only smile bitterly. Sometimes he envied Yuan Shi. He and Yu Xiao liked each other. In the future, he could foresee the two of them getting married. However, he wanted nothing more than to stab a knife into his heart and dig it out. Forget it. As the old saying goes, let time decide everything. Damn it. Morning arrived quietly. It was a comfortable night for Yun Nuoxing. He could only stare blankly in boredom. He couldn't sleep or cultivate. He felt like he could die like a dog. As soon as the first rays of dawn arrived, Yun Nuoxing felt that Princess Jean and the others had returned from the palace hall. He immediately ran down and heard a group of people whispering something. He couldn't help but stretch out his ears. But what he heard was that they were talking about those friends they hadn't seen for a long time, and he was even found out what happened to the place where the meteorite fell. Yun Nuoxing asked. He didn't see anyone from the Devil Clan appear last night. However, he was very sure that it was definitely someone from the Devil Clan who came. He dared to guarantee it. Princess Jean and the others only shook their heads and sighed. They didn't see anything special. They only thought that it was a row of meteorites that couldn't be more coincidental. However, it was obvious that no one could accept such an explanation. However, they could not accept it. There really wasn't any reaction there. They couldn't say that someone had descended, but had slipped away under the noses of hundreds of high-level gods and hundreds of lord gods, right? Anyway, I'll buy this stock. This is definitely the way the people from the Devil Clan appear. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. All right, I'll believe you. Princess Jean smiled bitterly. She was a little tired after running around for an entire night. Her jade-like hands were massaging her shoulders. Upon seeing this, Yun Nuoxing ran over and gently massaged her shoulders. Wow, the little god is massaging you personally. I'm afraid you're the only one in the 9 god temples who has such treatment. The great elder of the Fire God Temple looked at this scene and was a little speechless. Little brother, I want one too. The Empress moved closer to Princess Jean and smiled as she winked at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing's face was filled with black lines. Were all of you, God Emperor experts made of water? After messing around in the palace for more than 2 hours, the sky was completely bright. Starfall City began to blossom with its own prosperity again. Even in the heaven-facing residence, there were gradually people coming out to move around. Princess Jean and the others gave a long yawn and said that they needed to rest for a while. They walked towards their rooms one after another, leaving Yun Nuoxing alone in the main hall. Thinking of the group of drunk people dancing wildly last night, Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly and looked at them one by one. In addition to seeing a bunch of weird sleeping postures, he also had to cover them with the quilts that had been kicked off long ago. Xian, Feng Er, and Yishi were also unconscious. All right, since none of them are awake, I'll go out by myself. Yun Nuashing was helpless. He stood at the entrance of the palace and took out a white mask that only covered the right side of his face. It had golden patterns and trimmed edges. After putting on the mask, he used the divine mirror of light to look at himself. Then he nodded. This mask was obtained from an eternal weapon and was found in the palace of the gods. It could conceal one's aura and prevent prying. Just by looking at this mask, one could tell that it had an extraordinary aura. It was noble and imposing. When he returned to his room, he saw that Xian was still sleeping. He used a flame to carve a line of words beside the bed, telling them that he had gone out. If there was anything, they could contact him through the jade scroll. His figure flashed and disappeared from the palace. He went straight to the busiest street. When he descended from the sky, he gave the people around him a shock. With colorful hair, a golden mask, and a noble aura, one could tell that he was a strange person at first glance. This could be seen from the surrounding people, who looked at him as if he was a bad person. However, after putting on the mask, Yun Nuashing didn't care about other people's gazes. It was as if he was wearing a hat and could ignore other people's gazes. It's probably a psychological effect. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and wandered aimlessly on the street. However, he realized that even though Xian and the others weren't around, there were still many people looking at him. Apart from the fact that his attire was a little strange, there seemed to be other gazes among them as well. Sure enough, I'm very handsome too. Seeing those love-struck gazes, Yun Nuashing laughed contentedly in his heart. He casually ate breakfast in a breakfast shop. When the owner saw Yun Nuashing's attire, he praised him a little. He was also bored, so he started chatting casually. "Young man, are you also here to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering?" The owner was about 30 years old. His cultivation level was at the quasi-mortal level. He was an honest man with a muscular body. He wore a red headscarf on his head, blue clothes, and a white apron. He was sweating all over. If Yun Nuashing didn't see him steaming buns here, he would have thought that he was a blacksmith. Onlookers, onlookers. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering is such a big event. Basically everyone in the cultivation world is very interested in it. I'm no exception. Yun Nuashing smiled and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. He said vaguely, but there's still one day left. I'm a little bored, so I came out for a walk. Bored? Young man, why don't you take a look at the side? There are a lot of buildings near the lake, such as an arena, a coliseum, and a place to watch people fight and bet. Sometimes I also go there to pass time. 1 silver coin can buy me a day. If you're bored, you can also take a look. It's just 2 streets behind here. The owner laughed. Sure, I'll take a look later. Give me 2 more steamers of steamed buns and 2 omelets. Don't coriander, add more onions. Yun Nuashing stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and shouted again. Okay. After leaving the breakfast shop, Yun Nuashing bought a bag of snacks along the way. He also had a rice ball in his hand. As a devil-level cultivator, it was very difficult for him to be full from eating ordinary food. The food would be broken down into tiny amounts of energy as soon as it entered his stomach. 2 streets away, Yun Nuashing ate the rice ball and turned 2 corners before he remembered where the lake was. If he turned around now, he could still see the very tall heaven-facing residence. Bang! As soon as he walked out of the alley, Yun Nuashing identified the direction and suddenly felt something hit his chest. He staggered back a few steps, causing the rice ball in his hand to fly out. However, he still tightly grasped the bag of snacks. When he saw the rice ball drawing a perfect arc in the sky, his eyes narrowed and he directly opened a formation array to send the rice ball back to his hand. If Yishi saw this scene, she would most likely scold him to death. He used a noble formation array to protect a rice ball. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A voice came from in front of him. Only then did Yun Nuashing lower his head to take a look. He did not know when a girl had appeared in front of him. She was wearing a long white dress, floating and moving. She had a small and exquisite figure, long and slender legs. Her fine black hair stretched over her small waist and fell to her calves, almost reaching her heels. Her round and delicate face was somewhat beautiful. She was only 17 or 18 years old and already had a face that could cause the downfall of a country. When she grew up, she would definitely be a femme fatale, the kind that could cause the downfall of a country and cause suffering to the people. What kind of ancient scam is this? When he saw the girl, Yun Nuashing's face darkened. He calmly took a bite of the rice ball in his mouth. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Her bright eyes were soul-stirring, but one could see that she was a little mischievous. When she saw Yun Nuashing looking at her indifferently, her jade-like nose twitched. Then a bright light surged in her eyes, and she suddenly pounced on the ladder. "Smells so good. There's food." When he saw the girl staring straight at him, the bag in his hand, Yun Nuashing was stunned. He stretched the bag forward, then felt that his hand was empty. When he looked back, he saw the girl grabbing all kinds of snacks in the bag and stuffing them into her hand. She wolfed them down as if she had been hungry for tens of thousands of years. "Young miss! Young miss!" In the distance, there was a group of people dressed in black running towards the direction of Yun Nua planet. They kept calling out for Miss, which made him a little surprised. Could this girl who was eating in such a sorry state be the child of some big family? But she shouldn't look like she had been hungry for tens of thousands of years, right? When the girl who was crying bitterly while eating heard the call, her whole body quivered and she quickly jumped up. When she saw that the black-robed people were panting and chasing after her, she quickly screamed and hid behind Yun Nuashing. She casually wiped her rosy little mouth with her jade-like hand, pointed at those people, and screamed in horror, "Big brother, save me! There are bad people there. Aren't they your family members?" Yun Nuashing glanced at her indifferently. What kind of drama was this? "They are bad people, very bad people. They always catch me and lock me up in a small dark room. They don't give me good food and drink. Every day, those hateful bad people stuff me with disgusting things that are as disgusting as mud." The girl grabbed onto Yun Nuashing's sleeve. Her big watery eyes immediately became watery, and she couldn't stop crying as she complained. "I see that you are very energetic now. You don't look like you have been locked up for tens of thousands of years." Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He didn't really want to care about this anyway. His food was even being robbed. "Young miss." The group of black-robed people finally ran in front of Yun Nuashing. They pressed their hands on their knees and panted. Large droplets of sweat dripped onto the ground. He couldn't help but sympathize with them. It must be very painful to take care of this little ancestor. "Big brother, run! They are here to catch you." The girl suddenly grinned like a little fox. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. Her jade-like hand grabbed onto Yun Nuashing's wrist and ran away. "Bastard! Let go of young miss. Young miss. Young miss. I can't take it any more. I'm dying." Chapter 569. From the moment the men in black appeared in front of him, panting, to the moment the girl pulled him and started running, it only took a second. Yun Nuashing was pulled so hard that he quickly started running, but he didn't try to break free. Since he was out to relax, he could relax however he wanted. As long as he didn't get involved in any trouble in the end, the girl in white grabbed him and ran all over the place, quickly shaking off the men in black. At this moment, she was curled up in the small alley, panting heavily. She couldn't help but use her snow-white sleeves to wipe the fragrant sweat on her forehead. Yun Nuashing was still thinking about the snacks that she had eaten. He thought for a moment, then walked outside. Big brother, where are you going?" When the girl saw him turn around and leave, she quickly jumped up and appeared in front of him in a flash. She looked at him with a grin and said, "Big brother, help me to the end. Don't leave me here. It seems like you're always the one pulling me and running." Yun Nuashing looked at her helplessly. Hee hee, big brother, you're so handsome. You're so handsome even when you're wearing a mask. You're so mysterious. You're tens of thousands of times more handsome than those ugly people in my family, the girl said with a grin as she tugged on his sleeve. Mei Mao stared at his face, nonstop. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked outside. He reached out and grabbed her little hand, then pulled her outside. Wah wah wah. Big brother, don't. Don't sell me out. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to go into the little dark room. When she saw Yun Nuashing dragging her outside, the girl in white's pretty face immediately collapsed. Her bright eyes became misty, and she looked like she was about to cry. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He turned around, clenched his fist, and put a hat on her head. Then he sighed and said, "Is this okay?" Grabbing the hat with her jade-like hand, the girl revealed a row of white teeth and said with a smile, "Thank you, big brother." The repeated calls made Yun Nuashing a little absent-minded. He seemed to have an adopted sister. When he was still in the Qin family, she followed him like a little shadow. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. If little Qin Yu had grown up, she should be about the same age as the girl in front of him. Although she looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, he estimated that she was around 20 years old. "Your name?" Yun Nuashing tapped the mask lightly and changed its appearance. There was even an additional piece of wing-like pattern. Yun Nuashing let her out and asked casually, "Hee hee, my name is Ji Wenyu, but I don't like this name. Everyone calls me Yuer. Big brother, you can call me Yuer too. What's big brother's name?" The girl smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and said, "My surname is Yin, and my name is Nuashing." Yun Nuashing, brother Yin. This name is very impressive. Yuer wrinkled her little nose, then giggled and said, "By Yun Nuyen Xing Qin. Brother Yen's names are not bad. They are much better than mine." Yuer is wrong. By Yun and Nuyen are correct. However, it's not Xing Chen, it's Xing Qin. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. This was probably the true meaning of his name. Why? I think Xing Qin is very good. It illuminates the sky and the starry sky. Being dazzling is the condition that life depends on for survival. It prevents the sky from turning dark. Xing Qin only shines for a moment. Yuer blinked her Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuashing curiously. "That's right." Yun Nuashing smiled casually. He didn't pursue the matter and changed the topic. "I'll bring Yuer to eat." What? Okay, I want to eat delicious food." Yuer immediately threw the Xing Qin and Xing Qin to the side. Her eyes instantly lit up. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and ran out of the alley. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Yuer wandered the streets with Yuer. They ate from one end of the street to the other end of the street. During this time, they even saw the black-clothed man who was searching everywhere. He didn't even recognize them when he ran past them. This made Yuer laugh secretly. During this time, Yun Nuashing saw Yuer take a fancy to an exquisite accessory. Just as he was about to pay for it, Yuer slapped a gold card on the table. He thought that he had enough money, but he didn't even have enough to pay for it. In the end, Yun Nuashing paid for it. Other than buying this small accessory, he also bought many other accessories. The accessories in this shop weren't ordinary items. They were all above the magic level. Yun Nuashing was a little shocked by the price. However, it was still within his acceptable range. Even if he bought 10,000 of them, he would only lose a strand of hair. He was just a little shocked when he saw the high price. Of course, he wasn't interested in the magic level items. However, he felt that these small trinkets were quite beautiful. He thought that Zian, Feng, and the others would like them, so he bought them. Seeing Yu, hugging the bracelet so happily, as if she had obtained the whole world, Yun Nuashing also had some doubts in his heart. He did not know which family this pure and innocent girl was from. The value of the gold card that had just been auctioned was actually not small, but the things here were extravagant decorations in the eyes of ordinary people. As they strolled around, they arrived at the arena that the shop owner had just mentioned. The two of them were still holding a bunch of snacks. Seeing the moving heads in front of them, Yun Nuashing had no choice but to put the food into the pendant. He held Yuer's small hand so that she wouldn't get lost in the sea of people. The arena was very large. The largest arena was thousands of feet long and wide, while the smallest arena was 100 to 200 feet long. The onlookers were watching from the high platforms on both sides. In the center of the two high platforms, there were few people in charge of betting. After understanding the rules of the arena and the relative matters, they watched the match. The two people fought on the arena until one of them died or surrendered. When they saw that one of them was killed, Yun Nuashing wanted to leave with Yuer. It was better to avoid such a bloody and violent scene. However, Yuer was very interested in the match. She started to shout and shout with a group of people. This made Yun Nuashing forget to take her away. Instead, he felt sorry for her throat. After watching for a while, he still felt that it wasn't enough and wanted to place a bet. In the end, he still used the gold card to bet on a person that Yun Nuashing didn't think highly of. In the end, he lost. Occasionally, the people in the arena would take out some good items. If anyone was interested in gambling, they would have to pay 1/10 of the price of the items and sign up. The person who won in the end would get the item. During this period, the arena took out a demigod-level weapon. There were no less than 100 people who placed bets. Based on the results, the arena was definitely profitable. The match lasted for 4 hours from the beginning to the end. Seeing a man excitedly put away the demigod-level weapon, Yun Nuashing also left with Yuer. Brother Yin, why didn't you go down and fight? Brother Yin is so handsome. If he wins, he will definitely charm everyone. Yuer hugged Yin Nuashing's arm and giggled all the way. Brother Yin, I heard that there are many scary places in the outside world. What about forbidden zones? Do they really exist? Brother Yin, what color is the sky at night? Sometimes Yuer would ask about things that almost everyone knew. She seemed to know nothing about this world, which made Yun Nuashing very suspicious of her identity. However, when he thought about how she said that she was locked up in a small black room and didn't know these things, it seemed to make sense. In any case, he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After going around in circles, they unknowingly went around Lin Xan Lake. They went into every shop to take a look. They ate, drank, and played around. They even deliberately walked a distance to go boating on Lin Xan Lake. Little star, where did you kidnap another little Lolita? Suddenly, a meaningful voice sounded out from behind him, causing Yun Nuashing to be startled. He turned around and saw that Yuan she had appeared behind him without him knowing when, You can recognize me like this? Yun Nuashing touched his mask and was a little surprised. I can see your shiny hair from 10 miles away. Yuan, she rolled his eyes and turned to look at Yuer. After he appeared, the latter hid behind Yun Nuashing and looked at him with vigilance, as if he was a bad guy. Yuer, this is Yuan, she my friend. Yun Nuashing introduced him. Yuer looked at Yuan she with her big bright eyes and even took 2 steps back. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. When she first saw him, she wasn't so vigilant. It could be said that she wasn't vigilant at all. Yuan, she isn't a bad guy. He won't take you back to the little dark room, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Oh, Yuer nodded gently when she heard this. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's windbreaker and hid half of her body behind him. After a long while, she carefully stuck out half of her head and looked at Yuan she, saying, Big brother Yuan. Yuan, she looked at Yun Nuashing in surprise and smiled meaningfully. Could this guy be a little Lolita killer? As expected of the number 1 Lolicon in his heart. Ahem, you're thinking too much. I didn't kidnap her. She brought her here. I'm also very curious about who this little girl is. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and sent a voice transmission. Yuan Shi's smile became even more ambiguous when he heard this. He nodded at Yuer, then looked at Yun Nuashing and said, All right, big Lulicon. I won't be a third wheel. However, you have to be careful not to go overboard. You should know that 3 years. 3 years my ass. Yun Nuashing roared and sent a slap over. However, Yuan, she dodged it with a laugh. Nightmare and the others are still asleep. I just came out for a walk. Don't worry. There's no need to kneel on the bedboard. Yuan, she laughed loudly and sent a voice transmission. Then he drifted away, causing Yun Nuashing to grit her teeth. Yun Nuashing turned around. When she saw Yuan, she disappear. When she saw Yuer lowering her head and muttering to herself, she could not help but ask, Yuer? The smell on Big Brother Yuan's body doesn't smell good. It doesn't smell as good as Brother Yun's. Yuer lowered her head and held her hat as she muttered. Smell. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She raised her arm and sniffed under her armpit, then sniffed her body. However, she did not smell anything special. She looked a little confused. Smell? Yuer grinned and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand. She placed it under her nose and took a deep breath. Then, a hint of joy and comfort appeared on her pretty face. She giggled and said, Brother Yun's smell is very fragrant. Yun Nuashing was even more confused. She raised her hand and sniffed her palm again. All right, it smelled like rice balls because he saw an acquaintance on Lin Xen Lake. Yun Nuashing planned to sneak away. It felt as if he was doing something shameful. In secret, they wandered around Star Fall City for a long time until night fell. When the crimson moonlight descended from the sky, Yuer was so happy that she jumped up and down. Mei Mao looked at the beautiful night sky with a deep infatuation in her eyes. Yun Nuashing wanted to take her to the clouds to see the even more gorgeous moonlight. However, Yuer suddenly stopped in her tracks. The space between her eyebrows was flashing. Brother Yin, father asked me to go back. Yuer pointed at the light between her eyebrows and grinned. Do you want me to send you back? Yun Nuashing nodded. Yuer smiled gently. Then she shook her head and said, I can go back by myself. Yuer is not a child. That's right. You're not a child. You're a big child. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. Brother Yin, will we meet again in the future? Where can I find you if I want to come out and play with you in the future? Yuer stood on her tiptoes. Her beautiful face was almost touching Yun Nuashing's face. Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly as she carefully observed Yun Nuashing. We'll have a chance to meet again. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. However, he secretly despised himself. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He doesn't even live in Starfall City. Yuer smiled sweetly when she heard this. Her delicate face was set off by the crimson moonlight. It was very moving. She nodded and smiled sweetly. I also think that I can meet Brother Yun again. Yun Nuashing was stunned. When he came back to his senses, Yuer had already run off into the distance. Then, she stopped and waved vigorously at him under the moonlight. Mei Mao then threw a flirtatious glance at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved back. What a strange girl. Yun Nuashing chuckled as he watched the delicate figure under the moonlight walk further and further away. Then he turned around and walked towards the celestial residence. Chapter 570. The crimson crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the faint moonlight shone on the palace on the top floor of the celestial residence. The platinum palace was like a gem, reflecting the crimson light. The surroundings were quiet, and only the sounds of insects echoed in the mountains. The palace was dark, and there was no sign of life at all. Yun Nuashing checked the rooms one by one. In the end, she saw that everyone was sleeping, and Yuan, she was still wandering outside. He lit up the crystal in the palace alone, walked around the palace, and lay upside down on the sofa. He almost hung himself on the crystal lamp on the ceiling. After 2 hours, Yuan, she also finished wandering around and came back. He was shocked to see Yun Nuashing hanging upside down on the ceiling. Seeing that he came back, Yun Nuashing also came down from the ceiling and made a pot of tea. He smiled and said, Nothing, I was bored to death. You can't sleep or cultivate. It must have been hard on you. Yuan, she took a sip of tea and looked at him sympathetically. I can still cultivate my soul and spirit, but I'm stuck at the threshold of the demigod level. I can't cultivate in the future because I haven't reached the level yet. Yun Nuashing stacked the cups into the shape of a pyramid. Then she slowly poured the pot of tea from the top. But I can't cultivate either. Yuan, she smiled bitterly. Oh, right. Where's the little girl? Didn't you bring her back? She went back. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Finished? Yuan, she laughed. Dirty. The next morning, 2 rays of morning light crossed the horizon, passed through countless tall buildings, and finally shone into the palace. It shone on the 2 people who had been sitting and drinking tea the whole night. It's about to start the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. I can feel a lot of auras. The morning sun woke everyone up. Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing looked at the sun outside the palace. They could see many souls roaming between heaven and earth. They could see many people appearing from the streets and alleys. Then they all flew toward the villa beside the celestial residence. They should be waking up soon, right? Yuan, she scratched his head. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked up at the ceiling. Then he took a deep breath and said, I'll roar and you'll take the blame. Ah, Yuan, she was stunned. Just as he was stunned, Yun Nuashing roared. The roar, which carried a spiritual impact, resounded throughout the palace. It shook the air, and Yuan, she quickly covered his ears. This roar shocked everyone in the palace to the point that they jumped up from their beds. Curses came from the ceiling, and the monstrous resentment caused the 2 of them to shrink their necks. I'll go check Xian. Yun, Yuns and Yuns and another. Yun, Yun and Yun. Yun, 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 Yun of Yun. Yun, 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 Yun. After another 2 hours, the sky was completely bright. Only then did everyone gather in the main hall. Let's cut to the chase. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering will be held in the Jiyuan Villa next door. You should be familiar with this name. The Golden Princess yawned and led her people outside. Jiyuan Villa. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Of course, he was familiar with it. He had seen it once in Yuan City. He also went to the Jiyuan Pavilion and saw the strange girl who took out a chess piece. It was the black chess piece with the word King engraved on it. It was also there that he met Xueqing and the others. Us old guys will definitely gather together. As for you guys, Little Star will lead the team anyway. Just be careful. Princess Jean waved her hand and quickly passed the responsibility to Yun Nuashing. The latter nodded helplessly. He was the one who was in charge, just like a butler. Be careful. This time, the Qi family will definitely be there. The 12 star palaces, Sacred Weapon Palace, and so on will definitely be there. Blood cannot be spilled in the Jiyuan Villa. You were just lucky last time. Jin Jinwang looked at Yun Nuashing's indifferent expression and couldn't help but remind him. It's okay. They definitely can't even recognize me now. Yun Nuashing smiled and put the mask back on his face. Then he waved his dazzling long hair, causing everyone to smile bitterly. His hair was dyed in 7 different colors. Even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Xian and the others had never seen the Jiyuan Villa before. Yun Nuashing patiently explained to them what had happened at that time. He didn't mention anything about going to the Jiyuan Pavilion again. Feng, and Little White stubbornly refused to enter his soul and insisted on walking out in their human forms. They were also 2 people who were not afraid of trouble. Yun Nuashing couldn't do anything about it. Inside the Jiyuan Villa, a faint energy mist lingered. There was a large bamboo forest inside and outside the villa. Unlike the Jiyuan Villa in Yuan City, the villa here was built in a space array. The actual size was much larger than what it looked like from the outside. The scenery was beautiful, like a paradise. Now, experts from all over the world had rushed over and were all present. Yun Nuashing's group was considered to be a group of people who had arrived late. It was a grand event in name and in reality. Yun Nuashing saw 3 old acquaintances. He only knew them: Qi Haoyu, the divine son of the Qi family, He Jiao, and Qing Xian, the divine son of the Qinghai Palace. He did not know any of the divine sons, divine daughters, or divine sons. Divine sons, 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 and of course, even if he didn't know him, it didn't mean that others didn't know him. Along the way, Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, and the others were whispering to Yun Nuashing, telling him who he was, which family he was from, which family he was from, which family he was from, and which family he was from. The 9 deities hall is here. The appearance of Yun Nuashing's group immediately caused a sensation. He also saw many powerful figures rushing over. When he saw the lineup of this group, he couldn't help but gasp. There were dozens of emperor gods. Were they here to participate in the grand event or to fight? Son of Light, young master of the Yuan family, why is the goddess of the Qin family with them? Where's the spiritual divine physique? Why didn't the spiritual divine physique come? The young master of the Yuan family traveled with the spiritual divine physique in the divine realm. Why didn't the young master of the Yuan family come? The spiritual divine physique offended many people in the divine prefecture. I'm afraid he went into hiding. That masked man, which expert from the 9 deities hall is he? Why haven't I heard of him? The trouble caused by Yun Nua planet was also dug up when this group of people appeared. Although he had disappeared from the eyes of the world for a long time, it only took a small trigger to pull everyone's memories back, to pull back to the ghost Qi forest a few years ago, to pull back to the things that happened in Lihuan City. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the experts all over the place. The number of experts was enough to make many people tremble. He couldn't help but sigh. This Taiyuan grand event could attract so many experts with just a few pieces of paper. No one recognized you. Yuan, she looked at Yun Nuashing in surprise and transmitted his voice with a smile. Everyone nodded. It was indeed difficult to recognize him. The last time the world saw Yun Nuashing was in the ghost forest. It had been a few years since then. Yun Nuashing's appearance had changed greatly. Although his face didn't change much, the half-mask on his face made his temperament different. He was very mysterious. Everyone thought he was a mysterious expert from the 9 deities hall. Dong! Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble. A demonic aura soared into the sky, startling everyone. They quickly turned their gazes and saw a group of young men and women in front of Yun Nuashing and the others, blocking the path of Yun Nuashing and the others. This group of people still had some characteristics of monstrous beasts that had yet to fade from their bodies. In addition to the monstrous aura that soared into the sky, even if they did not say anything, one would know that they were members of the monstrous clan. Moreover, all of them had powerful auras, and all of them had strength above the divine underworld realm. Demon clan, people from the demon realm. Everyone exclaimed. The demon realm was independent of the divine realm. It was in a perfect spatial world. There were rumors that the gate of the demon realm had opened in the southern plains of the divine land. Everyone was a little afraid of this powerful existence that had formed a world of its own. The demon realm was the same as the demon world. They weren't in the divine realm. Instead, they opened up a new world in the void. It was very similar to a small world, but different from a subworld. The demon realm had been in conflict with the divine realm for generations. They had fought many wars, big and small. However, in general, the demon realm hadn't completely separated from the divine realm. The gate of the demon realm had always been in the southern plains. It was just that it had reopened some time ago. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing asked calmly. Whether it was temperament or appearance, this group of young men and women were top-notch. They were very outstanding existences. Perhaps their clans weren't simple either. The people from the demon realm didn't answer him. Their eyes were fixed on Feng, and Little White, who were beside him. Suddenly, a man and a woman stepped out. With a light wave of their palms, the surging demonic aura turned into huge demonic beasts. They rushed towards Yun Nuashing and the others. Or rather, they rushed towards Feng, and Little White. Feng, and Little White also acted decisively. They could feel that the aura had locked onto them. The other party was coming for them. Bang! Whitey sneered and took a step forward. It looked at the two of them with disdain. It stretched out its small palm and snapped its fingers. A strange fluctuation spread out and reverberated between heaven and earth. Then, the demonic beasts formed by the demonic chi suddenly exploded one by one and disappeared. Even their auras couldn't reach within 10 meters of them. Power suppression. This little white tiger is really something. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. Yun Nuashing's eyes also flickered, but he didn't know what she meant by power suppression. It's godly power. The reason why the 4 mythological beasts have such a high status and are called the 4 mythological beasts among all the mythological beasts is because they were born with godly positions. Although that little white tiger is only at the divine realm, it can already control the weak, godly power flowing in its body very well, Z explained. Feng's delicate body flashed. With the help of the light element, she appeared in front of the woman, who walked out in an instant. Her white jade hand suddenly slapped out. Waves of crimson pink flames wrapped around her white jade hand. Wherever the palm wind passed, the space was cut open by the blazing palm. The demonic woman, Mei Mao, was a little surprised. That seemingly fragile jade hand was so powerful that it could split open the void. She naturally wouldn't underestimate her opponent. She gently flicked her delicate hand at her sleeve, and the space fluctuated slightly. Condense. The space around her was suddenly confined, causing Feng's pretty face to tremble slightly. However, her expression didn't change. That palm was still rapidly slapping down, as if the confined space didn't affect her at all. When the woman saw that her movements were not restricted at all, the speed of her palm became much faster. A faint golden light flowed, causing her expression to become sluggish. She hurriedly raised her jade-like hand and slapped it against Feng's jade-like hand. Boom! The surrounding space suddenly exploded, and crimson pink flames exploded like a wave of fire. The monstrous flames soared into the sky, burning the space to the point that it collapsed. Moreover, there seemed to be a series of muffled groans that could be heard. A beautiful figure hurriedly rushed out from the sea of flames, causing everyone to quickly turn their gazes. When they focused their eyes, they saw that the person who flew out was the woman from the demonic world. Her robes were somewhat charred, and there were even large holes in many places due to the flames. There was even a hole in her chest. Her sparkling skin was exposed to the air, and there was a hint of spring. You also know the power of space. The woman steadied herself. Mei Mao looked at the sea of flames in surprise. There, a beautiful figure stepped out of the sea of flames. The crimson pink Mei Mao seemed to be burning with a substantial fire, just like the god of fire. Feng didn't speak. The divine beast's talent gave her a very powerful ability. She also knew many methods that were supposed to be used by the human clan. In particular, she had a soul contract with Yun Nuashing. She could use the latter's methods and energy, but she could only use her own strength. The power of space was naturally within this category. However, not everyone from the demonic world could use the power of space. Bang! On the other side, Little White and the man from the demonic world were also engaged in a fierce battle. In the space, the two figures were almost invisible. Everyone could only hear the muffled sounds of collision one after another, and the sky was filled with explosive energy ripples. Compared to Feng Er, who caught the woman underestimating her opponent, Little White was basically fighting a tough battle. The man from the demonic world was a demon emperor, which was 2 realms higher than Little White, who was a heavenly demon. Why do I feel that Little White is playing? However, Yun Nuoxing used her evil spirit eye to see the battle between the two, especially when she saw that Little White was obviously at ease. Her handsome face couldn't help but twitch. Buzz! Sure enough, just as Yun Nuoxing's voice fell, a ray of moonlight suddenly fell from the sky and fell on the 2 people who were fighting rapidly. Then the man from the demonic world suddenly trembled and stopped. This made his expression change dramatically. In a great battle, this moment of stagnation was absolutely fatal. Little White also seized this moment. In the center of its small palm, a palm-sized, moon-shaped handprint appeared. Then, it was fiercely imprinted on the man's chest. Uft! The muffled sound of the collision caused everyone to shrink their heads back. The moon-shaped handprint had directly slammed into the defenseless man's body, wildly releasing a destructive force that caused his face to turn red. A mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out as his body was sent flying backwards. Complete suppression. After all, the Tiger King and the Phoenix King's suppression on us is absolute. Those little bastards are still too inexperienced. The Tiger King's instantaneous suppression of the bloodline and soul spirit caused the little bastard to be unable to muster up any defense. He was slapped directly, Thunderwolf said softly. The other people from the demonic world frowned when they saw that their 2 companions had been defeated so miserably. 2 of them looked at each other for a moment, then walked out again and pounced towards Feng Er and Little White. Enough. People from the demonic world can't be so presumptuous. Our king's noble status is not something that you can casually challenge. Lei Lang roared. That rough tone of his caused everyone to be shocked. Then, a terrifying energy swept across the heavens and the earth. The 2 people who had just rushed out were stunned. Demon Emperor